Hello and welcome to the third installment of our critique of The Road to Serfdom, a critique of Hans-Hermann Hoppe. I am joined with Jared and Isaac.
Hello.
Hello.
So, yeah, first things first, I wanted to actually talk about some comments we've gotten, most specifically from Esso.
Oh, he's responded to us, huh?
Yep. So the first one that he's responded to, he says, "Wow, this is seriously one of the most embarrassing responses to anything that I've ever seen. Embarrassing because half the response isn't even addressing anything that Heretic or I even said. Rather, a collection of 5 to 10 minute intervals which consist of nothing but groveling to Hoppe as though he was some sort of cult leader, and making pathetic, self-deprecating remarks and ad hominems thinly disguised as context creation. E.g., most people can't understand Hoppe because they're not intelligent as Hoppe." So,
Well,
Wow.
do you have any response to that?
the wow. For one, most people aren't as intelligent as Hoppa. Hoppa will even say that. He has said that on many occasions, that people just don't read anymore, and that's a pretty common thing. That people just don't read anymore. That's why the internet has become so prolific, and articles and things like that on it have become so prolific, is because people don't read books anymore. And that's a problem from the perspective of, if you're going to speak to something, you should have the fundamental, understanding of at least philosophy, for number one. And then if you're going to critique someone, you should understand their arguments and give them the benefit of the doubt, which we've seen that he has there. These guys have yet to do that. The first part is just whining, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, also, ad hominems are not a fallacy as long as they're not an argumentum ad hominem.
Right. If
Right.
you're not using them specifically as arguments against the point, then there's nothing inherently wrong with them, other than they're not valid arguments. But if you're not trying to argue with them, then what's the deal?
Yeah, we're not saying, hey, you're a bunch of furries, so you're wrong. We're just saying you're a bunch of furries.
And that's really funny
Yeah.
and kind of sad. But aside from the point,
Yeah, I've also figured out how to change user volume, so I'm trying to equalize Jared and Isaac's voice right now. So, bear with us, watchers. The next part of this is, I almost feel as if I'm reading the intellectual equivalent of some MySpace hot topic fan fiction. First of all, you're not reading this; you're watching it. Um, so I won't
Hey,
speak to
hey,
the intellectual equivalent of some MySpace hot topic fan fiction. I think Isaac and Jared can do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Sorry if you didn't get the memo. That's what we
Yeah.
do here.
we're all like,
MySpace is very based, guys. Come on.
yeah, and plus we're like all idiotic left-leaning teenagers who write weird fan fictions, because
Right.
that's definitely us and our goal.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm totally not a middle-aged guy with a wife and a successful career. I'm just a teenage furry on the internet.
Yeah. Also, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, but I am pinning all of Back Alley's comments on my YouTube page, or on the YouTube video, so everyone can see the response to it by Back Alley Philosophy, instead of what some people have done in the libertarian sphere is delete the criticism of what you're replying to.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. I'm glad that you're pinning it. I mean, he has every right to respond. We're responding to him, so he has every right to respond to us. So, even if his criticisms are, pedantic whining, he has every right to come back and say what he wants about it. Now, you can make the argument that the page is, a rented piece of property, and therefore we could eject him from that rented piece of property. But I'm not going to do that. I mean, if you want to have an intellectual discussion, that's great. I don't think he's making intellectual arguments, but at the same time, why mute him, especially when all of this is just funny?
Yep. Yeah, no, I think this is good fun, and I think this is also going to help people realize that he's not quite as smart as he thinks he is.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like I said, I am a middle-aged guy who's married and has a successful career. I'm not going to sit here and just. I mean, if he's going to shit on us, I'll shit on him
I
right
think
back.
this is.
But at the same time, like, I don't really care. Like, I'm going to sit here and say what I want to say, and if he doesn't like it, that's too bad. But at the same time, it's like I'm not. I really just don't care.
Yeah,
Yep.
same here pretty much. Except instead of a middle-aged man with a wife and a successful career, I'm kind of a
successful web developer and a all-around good guy.
we'll go with that because that pretty much works.
Yeah.
And too, like I don't hate this kid. Like, I really don't. Like, he has his opinions, and that's fine. I mean, like Colton said, we're doing this because we find it to be fun. We're not doing it because this is part of our careers or what we take this everything that he's saying that we're saying super seriously. Like, we're just having fun going over this video series and responding to things that we don't think are accurate and then making responses on that. Like, I've only prepared for one video because there were certain points that I wanted to respond to, but that was the secession video. And then the first video, and then this one, I've had no prep on. Like, I haven't taken the time or to do any of that. I mean, I could make a highly intellectual argument and response article to go to with a companion to the live stream and all this, but honestly, it's not worth my time, right? So
Yep. Damn, I thought you were going to be slightly slower with that because I was still getting the live chat done.
That's all right. Can you just read the next section of his reply?
1 second. Okay. The chat is activated.
Cool.
So, not to mention that when our arguments are actually addressed, the host dismissed them as misrepresentations of Hoppe without explaining how we misrepresented Hoppe's work. And the few times where the hosts do attempt and elaborate, their argument relies entirely on semantics or by ascribing views context to our arguments that which we did not establish, and or even explicitly made note that this wasn't what we were suggesting because we knew that if we didn't, some low-functioning Hoppean chuds would come along later and try to do this. But even though we explicitly made note of this, it doesn't seem to matter.
Well, there were some very clear misrepresentations and some misunderstanding of what Hoppe is speaking to, so it seems obvious that we would call that out. Now, if he is saying that that's not the argument that he was making that we're addressing, we're happy to address any further argument that he has to expand upon that, but I've yet to see that, and I don't think that he's going to say any of that in the rest of this comment.
Yep. Isaac, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I think it really just goes back to kind of this unspoken rule that whenever you have somebody who's arguing against Hoppe, I've almost never seen it in my lifetime, or time being a libertarian whatsoever, even before I was Hoppean, where you actually see somebody arguing against Hoppe with legitimate arguments against what Hoppe is saying. It's always some twist on his words. It's always some quote ripped out of context, totally misunderstood. It's never actually an argument against Hoppe. It's an argument against some crazy boogeyman that isn't actually what Hoppe is saying.
Yeah.
So I mean,
it's an argument against the
not
phantasm that they've created in their mind.
Yeah.
Right. And we've seen that, and we've caught that in a couple of these videos where they won't play the entire section of what Hoppe is saying, or they'll take two quotes out of context and not give the intermediate text that explains further, and then create a straw man based off of that. So it's kind of funny that he's accusing us of exactly what he does.
Right.
Mhm.
And we will note that we are going through these videos in chronological order. So if we're responding to something that, you know, they clear up like 3 minutes down the line, to us that's like half an hour later.
Right. And how are we going to really go back and remember everything we just said and then readdress that? I don't even think that that's happened very much. It may have happened once or twice, but I think we've even said like, oh, okay, so that's what he meant.
Yeah, we have noticed that, but it you know, it's just not a you know, the reason why I
It's not
so enjoyed
Right.
going over these videos is because I heard for well over a year that they're going to completely destroy Hoppe, and they're creating this big thing, and then I heard, I think back in March, that they have like 70,000 words or something crazy like that in this
And
essay.
when was this released?
Go ahead.
When was this released?
Well, they started releasing this in July, and they're doing one part every week.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, I give him credit for sticking with it.
Yeah. So
yeah.
so these are
Dedication.
these are video essays. They are basically reciting what they have written down, and they have this giant long book against Hoppe, essentially, that they're reading
Oh my
from.
gosh.
Maybe they should try and have Mises publish it.
Oh
I
man.
wonder how that would go over.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, we're not going to publish this. This is like 70,000 words of pure retardation and nonsense. 50,000 of the words could be cut out, and the same meaning could be totally understood from the remaining. So,
I've found that he's a little hyper verbose, if you know what I mean. A lot of word salad.
Yep.
yeah.
Which, you know, I can't. There are authors that get that way too. You know,
Yeah.
they try and explain an idea, and that idea is really
Have-
compounded and conflated with several different issues, and it gets way too long when it can be easily explained. I think Einstein said, if you can't explain it to your grandmother, you don't understand it very well yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't know if you've ever heard Hoppe. Sorry, Konkin talk about Austrian economics, like write about it. I don't know if you've ever read one of his books.
Me?
Either one of you.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Yeah, I've read NLM, but it was a while ago, and
Not NLM. I mean his Intro to Austrian Economics book.
Oh, yeah, no.
no, I haven't read that.
When he was explaining marginal utility, the only reason why I understood what he was talking about was because I already knew what marginal utility was. That's the kind of reading that Konkin gives you when he talks about economics.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
rough. That's rough. And you know what? Here, the first time ever in this video series, I will level a criticism against Hans-Hermann Hoppe. Some of the ideas that he conveys are a little overly complex, and he gets it a little long as well. I will say that about Hoppe. I will say in a little bit to counter myself, he usually, when he writes, he'll write a section and then come to a conclusion, and then write a section and then come to a conclusion. So if you go through a lot of his work, you're able to read the conclusions and get a good idea of everything that he's saying. Unlike some authors who are just long-winded or can be long-winded and don't put those conclusions in their writing.
So I've come across this with Hoppe when he comes to the public goods theory. I can't understand it for the life of me. Like, I think I understand it when I get done reading it, but then like half an hour later, I'm like, what is even the argument?
Yeah.
So,
he can get that way. Now that's not to say that his conclusions aren't 100% right, or and what he's saying isn't correct. It's that at times, and again, you know, like I said, if you can't explain it to your grandmother, you don't understand it well enough yourself. But again, Hoppe is writing a book, right? And he's trying, you know, desperately to explain the ideas as in depth as he can. And in his speeches and stuff, you can see that he can take those same ideas, condense them, and explain them very well. So it's not a failure of his to be able to do that. He can do that just as well as anyone, but he does also get long-winded. So
I think that's just the way any intellectual writer is going to get, because I know when I'm writing, for example, in the essay I'm writing right now, you get really tempted. You just get really excited, and you're like, you want to write and write and write, and you just want to like word vomit, because you're just so excited, and you want to like explain things like 2 or 3 different ways,
right?
Or like, because you just get like frenzy about it, and you're like, I have to write down everything in my brain right now.
Right.
So you can't entirely hold it against him. It makes sense. But yeah, I mean, in the end, it still ends up being, you know, a little bit clunky to read through.
Right. And I will say some of Rothbard's earlier works can get that way too. And I will say that he actually got a lot better as time went on. And I think Hoppe is only ever getting better as well. And a lot of his recent stuff is much more condensable and explainable in very easy ways. So I think I think that's the evolution of being a writer, right? Is that in the beginning you're a little rough. You explain things not as clearly as you could. Like if Hoppe wrote Democracy, the God That Failed Today, I guarantee you that he could probably double the size of it and increase the volume of the amount of ideas by 10. Right. So
yeah,
I think that as time goes on, you just become a better writer. It's like anything. It's a perishable skill. And the more that you practice at it, the better that you get.
Right. Absolutely.
So, yeah. And I'm on the entire opposite way. I don't know if you read my, if anyone else has read my Bitcoin article.
Yeah.
But I did not explain things very not elaborately, but I didn't explain things like extremely well. I just kind of assumed everyone knew like what a money substitute was and what money is and things like that. So I was just like writing things assuming all of that.
Right. Yeah. And I'm like, I have a failure in my writing as well. When you read my stuff, I tend to, when I'm explaining an idea, I'm analogous to Dr. Block in that I love to use both analogies and reductios, like consistently, just because it helps explain ideas so easily that a lot of people can pick them up. And I kind of like, I understand that people don't do that because it seems it gets a little old, but I think that it really does help people understand those ideas. And I probably won't ever stop doing that just because it helps convey the ideas more easily. And that's why I like Dr. Block's writing as well. It's because he tends to do that. He makes things very understandable. Defending the Undefendable, if nobody's ever read that before, it's a great book, and he does things a lot in that vein. So I love that.
Yep. I think we should get back to the comments so that we can actually begin the video.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Yep. Speaking of which, the hosts ascribe views to us which neither of us have ever articulated or strawmanned our arguments on countless occasions, e.g., an anti-property perspective on wage labor, organizational hierarchy, being proponents of centrally imposed democracy, or our only criticism of the LP being that it's organizational hierarchy. So a lot of
read
this.
That again.
Do you want me just to explain like the examples or what?
Yeah.
So the examples are an anti-property perspective on wage labor, organizational hierarchy. So these are the views that we're misrepresenting.
Okay.
The wage labor, the organizational hierarchy being proponents of centrally imposed democracy, or only criticisms of the LP being that it's organizational hierarchy. So I know a lot of this is a criticism of me. So the reason why I say that it's an anti-property perspective on wage labor and it against organizational hierarchy, and why the criticism of the LP stems from organizational hierarchy and your views of it, is because Esso really likes Konkin, and he follows a lot of his philosophy on Konkin. And Konkin has an anti-property perspective on wage labor. He hates organizational hierarchy, and his main criticism of the LP stems from organizational hierarchy. And I also went through 2 of those 3 things in my 2 articles on Konkin. I did not go over the LP because I did not want to write an article defending organizational hierarchy on one point, and then on the other point saying why, how to prevent subversives from getting into that hierarchy. Because
Right.
I was already on page 9 of my essay, and we tried to keep essays under 10 pages, and there was no way I was going to be able to do that in one page. And in order to talk about how to keep subversives out, I think I would need at least 4 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to do. That's its own article. I mean, it really is. It's preventing subversive behavior, which is no doubt. And you guys may disagree with me here, but in my opinion, there is no greater threat to the right, and as a result, libertarianism than subversive behavior. There's absolutely no greater threat to our success other than the state than subversion.
Traitors are worse than enemies.
Yes, 100%. I find it interesting that he's kind of picking on you because I think it has a lot to do with Conkins, his boy, and you, in my opinion, thoroughly destroyed him with your articles, which I rather enjoyed quite a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, you writing against Conkin is probably what really gets on his nerves. Because I mean, okay, so Conkin to them is basically what they think Hoppe is to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so the reason why I describe these things to, especially Esso, is because I know he's he's Conkin's fanboy, so I,
Yeah, what do you call like a person who believes in is it Conkinite?
Yes, it is a Conkinite, but almost no one says they are. They just say they're an agorist. And you will notice that in all of these videos, Esso has a agorist symbol on his shirt.
Huh.
Say that again. My audio cut out for a second.
In all these videos, Esso has a agorist symbol on his shirt.
Oh God!
You haven't noticed that?
Is it the A3? The A3 thing?
No. It's the gray and black circle.
Oh, the agorist ball circle.
Yeah.
Gross.
I can't believe you haven't seen that.
I'm like I said, I don't prepare for this at all, and it's just kind of like whenever the furry thing comes on screen, I'm just like, eh.
Please get it away from me.
Yeah.
Just shut it down.
Yeah, let me see if I can put it up on screen for you guys, so that way you guys know I'm not bullshitting you. I can only find the frickin' fog dude.
You might go to part 2. I know he shows up quite a bit in part 2.
Yeah, so we'll do that when we get done with this comment. Most bizarrely, most moments where the host attempted to claim that I, Esso, didn't understand concepts or was illiterate by claiming I misunderstood a concept, then explained what it actually means exactly as I had, e.g. my...
He's talking about Hume's guillotine, isn't he?
Yeah, e.g. my general explanation of Hume's guillotine. Like, guys, you know how words work, right?
Yeah, we could literally just make a short video where we show his explanation of that, and then exactly why it's the wrong explanation. And we pretty much did that. We could probably just cut the section of the video out where we address that, but he got it totally wrong. And like, I would give this guy more credit if he would admit to that, because that was one of the more obvious things that he obviously had gotten wrong. And not kind of copying to that is a little more than a little disingenuous.
Yeah. So, yes, we know how words work, and you did not put a concept into different words. By putting a concept into different words, you actually changed the meaning of the concept you were trying to explain. And
exactly.
If this is what's happening with the entirety of your Hoppe critique, I understand why it is so terrible. Like, if you can't explain something in different words, then yeah, you're going to have a hard time critiquing it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's a little, it's disheartening when, and not to say that we're taking this 100% seriously, because as I already said, we're not. But it's disheartening when you catch somebody in an obvious, I mean, it's not a gotcha moment, but it kind of is, when you explain a concept incorrectly and then go on to use that concept to explain how someone else is wrong. Well, if you've gotten the original concept wrong, then everything that follows it kind of falls apart from there, right? So
Right, you're no longer arguing against Hoppe, you're arguing against the phantasm of Hoppe's works.
yeah, it's a straw man. You've created a straw man that you're then attacking and vilifying and burning that isn't there.
Also, sorry guys, I really like the word phantasm today.
um, you know, don't chase ghosts. Like, you know, and you don't always have to argue everything honestly. God knows I don't. When you're debating, it's oftentimes a great tactic to do a straw man just because it makes the other side so mad. That's where trolling really comes in. But that we were definitely not trolling him on. That is absolutely a misrepresentation of the idea of Hume's guillotine.
Yep. Yeah. So aside from this, this is going back to the comment. Aside from this, it's nothing but the same old tired use of the equivocation fallacy. Insert concept here is like a natural order. Hoppe talks about a natural order. Therefore, Hoppe is arguing for insert concept here. Question begging. Community covenant contracts are just property claims, and sleight of hand, dishonest rhetorical tricks. You're skeptical of organizational hierarchy or the incentives which in a state society may incentivize people to see this as profitable. So you're arguing against hierarchy and free association, which are just in this essay have been dealt with countless times and only exist to obfuscate debate / development of the ideas Hoppe claims to be a proponent of.
Wow. That was. I phased out like halfway through that because I'm like, what do these words even mean?
So the equivocation fallacy. Insert concept here is like a natural order. Hoppe talks about a natural order, therefore Hoppe is arguing for insert concept here. I actually don't remember what he's referring to here, but I don't think we've ever said Hoppe talks about a natural order. I think we've said that Hoppe talks about a natural order, and therefore he's talking about this concept.
Yeah, I mean, as far as natural order goes, I probably made that comment because natural order is a pretty common theme in Hoppe's writing and Rothbard's writing. If you read egalitarianism as a revolt against nature, the natural order and those naturalist arguments are pervasive in both of their writings. So I find it kind of weird that he would address that as what did he say, a rhetorical trick?
Equivocation fallacy.
Okay. Whatever. And then he said something about community covenant contracts or just property claims.
No, he said that's a question begging.
How is that question begging?
Yeah, I don't see how it is question begging. Let me just formalize what the question begging is. An informal fallacy that occurs when an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion. So I think what he's trying to say here is that we are saying that it is a covenant community contracts are just property claims, where property claims is the conclusion, and it's in our premises, which I don't even know how to address that. Like
that's That statement is in itself a conclusion, or rather, it's a statement on a fact of how covenant communities are formed, right?
Yeah,
Like you
it's
can't
not
have a
even
covenant community without property rights claims. I mean, that's just what it is.
right. Right. It's not even. That's not the full argument in itself. It's the assertion of the claim itself.
I also
That's
Right.
I also like how he says covenant community contracts, because covenants are contracts.
right.
If we said that in a video, sorry, it was done live. But covenants are all contracts. So,
Kind of repetitive, but
yeah. So, the entire reason why a covenant community is just a property claim is because the covenant part of the covenant community is a contract between property owners.
right.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I just don't understand what I really don't understand what he's getting at there, but it is what it is.
Yep. Also, in terms of being skeptical of organizational hierarchy or the incentives in a state society may incentivize people to see this as profitable, you're going to just have to look at my article, because there's no reason why you would think that a state society would incentivize people to think hierarchy is more profitable than just pure entrepreneurship. There is the risk involved in entrepreneurship. There is also the mere fact that most
Is
people,
almost by definition risk.
right. Also, there's the mere fact that in a lot of these developing countries that Konkin is talking about, factory work actually pays higher than entrepreneurship, and there's no reason to think that it wouldn't. It's actually been in the last 10 years that government regulation and taxation has increased the cost of doing business so much that things like Uber has started coming into existence. So it
Right.
is.
I mean, if you tax taxi companies and impose like so many regulations on them, this is why the taxi companies hate Uber. Is because if you go out and you're an independent taxi contractor and you have to get licensed and certified and have your tech cab inspected to certain standards, and you've got to display your license and blah 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 blah, all of this stuff increases the cost of you doing business, right? And then if you don't have that as a result with Uber, then Uber is obviously going to be cheaper, more cost effective, and the ability to do business is going to be infinitely better, right? So
Right.
the government here is creating an artificial market.
Yes.
Exactly.
And Konkin also claims that employment contracts are more expensive than independent contractors. However, it was only when regulations of taxi companies became so great and new technology made independent contracting also lower in cost that independent contracting was eventually cheaper than the regular business model, the regular traditional business model.
Yeah. So is he saying here that as a result of us saying, that this is the case and this is what happened, which is obviously true. I mean, you can look it up online, or I mean, you can. It's just obvious that it is true. Is he saying that as a result of that being the case, we're saying that he's saying he's against hierarchy and free association as a result of us arguing the counter? That is a fact. That doesn't
Right. So
really follow.
what he's saying is that he's not against hierarchy and free association. He's just against he's just quote unquote skeptical of organizational hierarchy and skeptical of the incentives which lead people to employer-employee contracts.
Okay, but that would be in direct opposition to Konkin, right? Because Konkin explicitly says that those organizational hierarchies are basically a form of a state.
Right.
Yeah, he describes. He says that like
traditional business hierarchies are like a state. He also says that selling your wage labor is like slavery.
Yeah, and says that sort of that capitalist
I think, as he would describe it, structure of having, bosses and employees is an authoritarian social relationship and is dangerous because of that.
Yep.
And thus, that's an argument against hierarchy, right? So, what is he getting at here? That, like, I don't understand. Is he against the ideas of Konkin? And this is a legitimate question. Are we straw manning him into this perspective, or does he genuinely disagree with Konkin?
Yeah. So he says all of this has been addressed in this essay and has been dealt with countless times, and only exists to obfuscate debate/development of the ideas Hoppe claims to be a proponent of. What I think he's going to do is, if he does respond to this, is that he's going to link us to some piece of Konkin where he talks about hierarchy. And how he's not really against hierarchy, he's just against all hierarchy that currently exists.
Yeah. It's like, okay, so what, can you describe to me some hierarchy that doesn't exist right now?
Right. Or can you, like let's break it down on a simple level here. Explain to me, if you're hesitant of all existing hierarchies, then are you hesitant to embrace the family, nuclear family, extended family? Are you against that? Are you against voluntary association of churches and how churches allow communities to come together and form hierarchically based off of the assumption that God does exist, and that therefore you should praise God and be part of that church and submit to those ideas? Are you against that? Is he I'm not gonna have the neckbeard atheist debate here, but like, is that in the same vein, or am I off base here? I mean, he kind of needs to address that.
Yeah. It would be really interesting to see what he means by that last part about skeptical of organizational hierarchy, because if you're skeptical about it, it does not seem like you're fully in favor of it. Like, it almost by definition.
And it would seem kind of counterintuitive for him to say, okay, well, inferring here that he disagrees with Konkin and then link us to Konkin as a response to what we were criticizing about Konkin. So
right, no, I think he would actually say that we don't understand Konkin, and that Konkin's not actually against hierarchy and free association. But I would disagree with that. I think Konkin absolutely.
I would disagree with that. I don't know if Hoppe directly disagrees with that. I assume that he would, and I know that Rothbard obviously disagreed with that.
Yep, and it was a good it's a good article I did. So let's go on to the second one.
You should link that in the comments for this video.
Which one?
Your article.
Oh, I did last week.
Okay, that's probably good then. If you want to check that out, check out the last video, guys.
Yep. I'm on the page for it, so it's responding part 2. And yeah, this is the link for my article. So, but Asso only had one thing to say: Dora, you're just mad, so I can ignore all of your criticisms. And then he says, "Why would I expect any different?" And then I just replied, "Like, guys, you know how words work, right?" And I'm just like, not mad at all.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the only thing I can respond to that with is the Chad yes meme.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm mad that you're misrepresenting Hoppe and like you're totally off the fucking rocker here. Yeah, so?
Well, no, he's saying that he's upset that we called him mad in the last comment.
Oh, gosh.
And, everything we've responded to so far.
Oh, well, he is mad.
He's mad that we called him mad, so whether he was originally, it doesn't even matter anymore because now he is mad.
Yep.
Right. All right, let's do the video. We're already 40 minutes in and we haven't even started the video.
Oh.
Yep. I thought this was going to be a lot of good fun, so.
How long is this video?
45 minutes.
Nice, okay.
So, part 3. I actually really like these intros. Isaac hasn't seen this yet, so Oh, Isaac, you're seeing the live stream from Discord, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That intro is very aesthetically pleasing. I will say this in every stream, essentially.
Yeah, I do agree with that. That's a nice intro there.
The state is a geographical monopoly on arbitration. It can and does adjudicate on matters to which it itself is a party, and can and does.
It's not just a. Okay, rewind that and play that again. It's the very first sentence. I've already got something.
Okay, I was about to say, like, you already have something to disagree with, and we're not even 20 seconds in.
The state is a geographical monopoly on arbitration. It can and does adjudicate on matters.
It is not just a geographical monopoly on arbitration. It goes far beyond geography. Maybe in the previous organization of the old world, it would be a geographical monopoly, but it's much more than a geographical monopoly now. And I know that seems like semantics, but it's just much more than geographical. And that may be a direct Hoppe quote, and he's talking about that. If he is, then I'm sure Hoppe explains further. But I think it's important that people understand that it's not just a geographical monopoly. It is a supranational and worldwide monopoly on our arbitration and violence.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, because it's not like there's one state and we can just leave it.
Right. Yeah.
But also, there's extradition treaties and things like that. So if you do something naughty in one country, like they can just drag you in from a different country, even if you don't necessarily do anything in that country. There's starting talks of international trade associations starting to do like IP from across the
CFR,
association.
The CFR, IMF, all of that stuff. Read the Creature from Jekyll Island, great book.
Petrodollar.
Yeah. Sorry, say that again.
Petrodollar, yeah.
And then you just said something that triggered a memory in my brain, which is the "You Can Always Leave" video by Bitbutter. If you guys, anybody watching this, you should definitely check that out.
Also, just so you know, we have SO in chat.
Going after... Is he going after Bird or Colton? I can't even tell.
He's going after us.
Oh, gosh.
Just ignore him.
Yeah, so... Yeah, as Kyle likes to point out, it's not just the nation state that is the problem now. It is these internationalist groups that are the problem today.
Like, international cabal is essentially what we have now and what we're continuing to move towards. And we're just kind of moving towards this system of, like, multiple nations almost coalescing, like, not quite, I don't want to be imprecise, but basically coalescing into a single state functionally.
Yep. As Hoppe would say, this is a chapter in the larger narrative of becoming a one-world government.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's the inevitable march, right?
Yep. Yeah, and Hoppe talks about this in the book that's going to be quoted soon, so let's just get into that.
Cool.
Matters to which it itself is a party, and can and does decide what the circumstances to which it may seek adjudication from itself against another may be, otherwise known as legislation. The conflict of interest is quite obvious to you or I, dear viewer, and Professor Hoppe observed it as well. So how does he think it came about? Because he knows it didn't arise spontaneously. In the absence of a complete harmony of interests, conflict resolution will be arbitrated by what Hoppe refers to as a natural aristocracy, individuals whose opinions and judgments carry a great deal of weight due to being the patriarch of an arbitration dynasty, as I defined in the introduction.
Arbitration dynasty. My gosh.
Yeah, so this is actually something I think they're basically not understanding what Hoppe is saying in this book, and this is the first quote. So Hoppe talks about there being families, and because of the realities of genetics and how families bring up children, that a judge will likely have children who are also judges, and therefore you will have noble families, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially what happened during the feudal era, which is, you had guilds and things like that, where families would have a farrier or a metal worker, and then their kids would learn those same skills from them, and as such, they would be even better or equivalent to their family or whoever taught them, their uncles, their fathers, their mothers, whoever it is,
Right.
So,
It's basically just like a continuation of that traditional practice of passing career from father to son. Nothing out of the ordinary.
and something that happens today still, given to a much lesser degree, but if your dad's an attorney and he's been an attorney his whole life and he wants to pass that on to you, you have a leg up, right? You have a leg up on a lot of people because you have that firsthand knowledge.
Exactly.
Yep. So actually, I did not get the quote ahead of time. But essentially, what Hoppe talks about in the quote is just what I said, and it's not any different that a natural aristocracy would tend to pass down from generation to generation. But even Hoppe says that it's not necessarily true. You might have a generation of dumbasses, essentially.
Yeah.
And on the opposite side too, there are people that exceed their parents' level of ability. I mean, that's just a common thread in humanity, and I'm not saying that that's pervasive. By all means, it's usually not pervasive, but it does happen. And those outlying people should absolutely be able to do what they need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. This is no different than engineers running in families. My family has a bunch of engineers, so it was no surprise when I became one.
Right. And I'm not. There's a dangerous topic floating around here that we may or may not want to get into, but there are genetic propensities for people to have certain skills and abilities. And I'm not saying that that's directly passed down. I'm not talking about genetic memory or anything, but if your parents are mathematicians, there's a pretty good possibility you could be good at math, right?
Absolutely. There is genetic propensity involved, and there's no doubt about it. It has to do with certain types of intellectual skills that are required for certain jobs. And for something like a job as, a judge or a lawyer or whatnot, you're likely going to have this propensity for the same sort of skill sets that your parents do. You might not inherit, one skill set or the other, but you're likely to.
Well, and even beyond that, like even if you don't, again, like going back to having that leg up, you're going to be ingrained in that kind of tradition to the point where you may develop those skills naturally just through environmental factors.
Absolutely.
Right. So, like, I'm an engineer, and one of the things I'm going to teach my children before they are teenagers is how to build a radar.
Based.
And so they're going to have a leg up on becoming radio engineers just because they would have built a radar that is under $100.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you just are ingraining them and, or rather instilling in them skills that they would need for that kind of sort of career. And as such, I mean, like, it's like Jared was saying, you're giving them a leg up. You're literally giving them those skills, even if they don't necessarily have the genetic propensity. That does help a lot, and it does lead to even people with even higher levels of like legal intelligence, for example, but it is not necessary in order to produce a very good judge, for example.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. And I will add here, Young Grasshopper had a comment, and I totally agree with this, and it's great. So just let me read it real quick. Parents are also the most natural teachers of their own children, not only due to their common genetic aptitudes, but also due to their common dispositions and attitudes. Meaning that, if you're someone who encourages and does a lot of reading on your own, or if you're someone who does a lot of tinkering on your own, like even not in their career, but just having that propensity to go in and do that thing, and their children see it, and they encourage that behavior and things like that, those children are naturally going to pick that stuff up, right? So
Yep.
Right.
I was about to
It's
say that
absolutely
actually, so I don't really have any further comment. It's just kind of reading about hierarchies and families essentially.
yeah.
So,
All right. You want to play it?
oh, 1 second. I forgot to put on my loop so that way we don't have any further copyright claims. So let me go do that now.
Okay. Young Grasshopper also says arbitration dynasty, quote unquote, actually sounds really based, not gonna lie.
Hey, he ain't wrong.
Yeah.
And you could easily describe someone, a family of judges or a family of attorneys, a family of mathematicians, a family of engineers as sort of a dynasty. I mean, is it not just the heritage and tradition of people following in their father's footsteps? Just, I mean, not in reference to a state, but kind of like how kings and things like that pass down through a dynasty of those things. And they talk about the Bush dynasty and the other presidents and kings and things like that. But this organizational matter of personal behavior is not something that is analogous to the state, because the state is an unnatural and violent and coercive institution. Your family is your family. So
Right.
that's not the same thing. I'm interested to see if they make that comparison.
Yep. So
I would not be at all surprised if they did.
let's go.
Moreover, because of selective mating,
1 second. I have to undo what I just did because he's putting a quote up on screen. So
and the laws of civil in the introduction. Moreover, because of selective mating and the laws of civil and genetic inheritance, positions of natural authority are often passed on within a few noble families. It is to the heads of such families, with established records of superior achievement, farsightedness, and exemplary conduct, that men typically turn with their conflicts and complaints against each other.
That's obviously true. It's happened throughout history repeatedly, where you would see a family that is has a propensity for fair dealings, or for being a good arbiter or being a good blacksmith, and you go to a guy for 50 years or whatever, and this guy's father was the most amazing blacksmith that you could ever think of. You're naturally going to say, okay, well, let me try and give his son a shot, right? So it only makes sense.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's just a you're not understanding. To say that this is always going to happen is a misunderstanding of what Hoppe is saying here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Hoppe's just saying that in general, this is the way things trend towards, right? And in order to make assumptions about natural aristocracy and draw conclusions from that, you have to look at not only the past but human nature itself, right? And this is just an example of that.
Yeah, that word often is very important in that quote.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's also important that we address the fact that if this happens in nature with every other animal on the planet, right? It seems a little odd that it wouldn't occur in humans.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not saying that things can't affect that, because obviously things affect that because we're human, right? And there are natural differences between us and animals. That's obvious, and Hoppe talks about that as well. But at the same time, we do have a natural tendency to do that, and that's been explained by geneticists and biologists for years.
Yeah, no disagreement there.
So let's continue.
Hoppe further postulates that claimants are free to choose which king, Hoppe's term for patriarchs of an arbitration dynasty, he wishes to adjudicate the case.
Also, patriarch is one of the most based titles you can have.
That, for many reasons.
Yep.
These kings would see arbitration as their civic duty and will adjudicate pro bono, or at a reasonable price. They would have no ability to legislate or tax beyond what people would voluntarily agree to abide by or voluntarily donate.
So I think it's important also that we talk about that this happens or has happened repeatedly, even in America. There were sheriffs, given that that's a state function, but there were people who would go to different sheriffs and try and get in front of different judges. It happens today, right? Because there is a propensity towards doing things a certain way, and you obviously want a solid judge, right, or a good judge to judge your case. People do that even today. Attorneys will try and get change of venue and things like that. So I'm wondering if they're going to argue that this isn't the case and that people won't seek those people out, those people that they need, and that people that would naturally be best to judge arbitration of a case. You know, when you're talking about, like, quote unquote the Old West, there were lots of guys that owned significant portions of land at one point in history that, you know, if you had an argument over cattle, if you had an argument over cattle or something like that, that people would go to try and solve their problems, an intermediary that they both trust and that they both believe would do best to make a decision.
Okay. Ready to move on?
Yep, let's keep going.
Thus, to refer to these kings as rulers in any political sense, well...
I would also like to point out that in that quote he gave, at the end of that paragraph where he's quoting from, it says, "In fact, this phenomenon can still be observed today and even in every small community." So he's not just talking about like some theoretical nobility. Even in small communities, like in small church communities, there will be people who can resolve disputes that are not necessarily like the priest or deacon, but just an elder that people will naturally go to.
Right. But even, you know, you just said not necessarily priests or pastors or deacons or whatever, but those guys have done that same thing as well, and that's a natural function because people look to them for guidance, right? So to assume that also applies to other people that are, you know, elderly or the people that are well respected in a community just seems obvious.
Yep. And these people typically, like, especially the elders, when they are relied upon, they don't like require a fee in order to help, you know, have this judgeship.
Right. Yeah.
So.
But even if they did, that's
the free market, baby.
Yeah, right. And I would encourage that, right? Because if you want someone to arbitrate a case that's very important to you, and you want someone to have a level opinion, both parties are going to want that. You would assume, you know, obviously there are people that are going to want someone that's biased towards them, and they're going to look for that. But if you're looking for arbitration and not violence between you, you're going to want somebody who can come to a reasonable agreement, and people are going to want to pay for that.
Yep, people will want to pay for that, but especially among very, very young people, or just people that are poor, those elders would typically do it for free. Like if there was two, like a 14 and 15-year-old that were feuding, elder would likely do it just completely for free.
Right, and their parents would probably step in and do that for them and represent them and talk with each other and try and resolve those types of issues.
Yep. So.
Right, you don't need the state to do these things. It's the assertion that you do is ridiculous that people just take it for granted as if it's a given.
Yeah, Kropotkin moment.
Yep, let's go.
Wouldn't make any sense, since they lack a monopoly on arbitration, in addition to lacking the ability to tax or legislate. A stateless society would adopt a natural aristocracy as the arbitrators of disputes. This is what Hoppe refers to as a natural order.
And it's going to be very, very interesting if you're not going to agree with Hoppe here, because who would become judges other than people who are trusted within the community to have a not necessarily to be neutral, but to be an impartial judge.
Right, and you know, like people, like even today, even absolutely today, there are arbitrators, right? And you only, like, when you go to Google reviews or whatever to seek out an arbitrator, usually you're going to look for someone who's well trusted, right? So
yep,
even if it's not in your local community, at large, people want trustable people.
Right, and also Google reviews allows you to know who outside of your community is trustworthy.
Right.
Meanwhile, without this technology, you wouldn't be able to just go out without some other service. And this is actually what happened in ancient Ireland. There were lists put up of good judges, and there was usually 5 or 6 in a county that were considered good judges.
Right. And then I think that there were actually an early form of like review societies as well, where people would literally go in and try and find the best that town or place had to offer. And they became well known because of that.
Yep. So, let's continue.
As absurd as this may sound...
Oh, just so you know, agorist ball.
There it is.
Just for Jared, so he doesn't think I'm yanking this chain.
No, I believe you.
Also, I can't wait for Mac to say what she says about his character design.
To as a natural order.
As absurd as this may sound, this I suspect is actually a large part of the reason why Hoppe attracts the particularly academic libertarian philosophers, on top of just the people who've become state skeptical and are looking for answers. The major figures within the libertarian movement, such as Murray Rothbard, David Gordon, etc., who were around prior to Hoppe, and to a large extent influenced the trends and thought around the 70s and early 80s, rightfully placed a great deal of emphasis on revising the historical record where it was necessary, because figures such as Rothbard correctly identified the fact that government schools were effectively indoctrinating people from birth to see the state and its party system as a manifestation of themselves, which they were dependent on in order to have whatever narrow conception of their own interests they may have realized. And one of the ways in which the state was able to do this is by establishing a monopoly over the social narrative of history and promoting historical negationism. Or, in a more digestible way of putting this, who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. However, what was becoming increasing...
Right. Sorry, yeah, he was right. He just made it a little confusing there. I don't really see how this is absurd at all, and it's absolutely a fact that revisionist history is important because the state controls the narrative. You can see this with modern examples, too, in the Soviet Union, where literally people were absolutely erased right? To
And
think
then
that doesn't happen in every major Western country as well is absurd.
and then the Russians today will tell you that the Holodomor didn't happen because that's what they learned in
Right.
school.
Like literally, Germany just recognized the Holodomor, I think, last year. Like that's how long it took some major Western countries to admit that this thing happened. Like that's absurd.
Yep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The state very clearly is responsible for the manipulation of history, and continues to indoctrinate people into its false narratives to propagate itself and its all goodness.
100%. And I think it's interesting to note that if you don't accept that revisionist history is necessary, you have to accept the historical record. And if you accept the historical record, which is being rewrote now, even today, then how could you come to the conclusion that the state is unnecessary without
Right.
that type of revisionist history, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow. So anyway, we can continue, but that really irked me.
Yeah. So what I'm going to say is that they're not going to say that revisionist history is not necessary. What they're going to say is Hoppe doesn't do revisionist history. He does a negation of history.
Oh, I see.
In what way? Oh, well, I guess we'll see. Let's just continue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Obscured from the core anti-state narrative around this period of time was perhaps the most important question when it comes to creating a historical narrative, and that is an origin story.
Every great supervillain has an origin too. What's yours?
Oh, I can't play this, but this is a Batman thing.
Okay.
My origin?
Now, there have been libertarian philosophers who've explained in great detail how the state must have come into being long before the 1970s, but I'll get into that in a moment. During the 1970s, though, the scope of history which was being focused on by the larger figures in the movement was the 19th and early 20th century, since most of contemporary government education was centered around modern U.S. history. And that only goes back to the early industrial era, so naturally, since discussion of history had a tendency to center only around the industrial era United States and Europe, as a result, the origin of political rule had become a serious point of contention within most libertarian circles, even though this subject, like many others noted previously, was answered by the earlier libertarians back in the 19th century, specifically by historical revisionist libertarian philosophers Franz Oppenheimer and Albert J. Nock. Now, at first, it may not seem like that much of an issue for libertarians to not have an ability to explain the origin of political rule. After all, if our criticism of political rule is just relating to conceptual inconsistencies in how the state or its proponents attempt to defend it, then maybe for academic reasons the debate over how the state came into being is important, but it's not necessary in order to argue against it. However, a problem which incidentally emerges as we can see without a clear origin for what it is that the libertarian movement opposes is that it completely severs libertarian principles from praxis by making it impossible within a narrative constructed that doesn't explain the nature of political rule to define political rule, and more importantly, what a political rule uses.
So I think it's important to note for everybody listening that yes, while there were earlier historical revisionist takes, it was more important in the 1970s and 80s to address those things because guess what was established in 1979? The Department of Education, which centralized state education and promoted more state education. I don't know if they're glancing over this on purpose or they just genuinely didn't know, but it's extremely important that that's noted because in 1979, with the creation of the Department of Education, something the right classically opposed, it thus created the ability for the state to impose state educational standards on individual states and thus created a grand historical narrative.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go refill my coffee.
Gotcha. Yeah, Jared, you're 100% right. That, I mean, it creates. It kind of is a process, right? They create this Department of Education, and over time, they enforce a uniform standard for, like, say, history curriculum, and then you basically raise up an entire generation of people in this historical narrative, which they are totally able to manipulate and tweak here and there and insert, where they want, to hint at, hey, the state is necessary. Hey, look, this is an example of why the state is necessary. And they keep, they can do all kinds of things like that. And of course, just blatantly lie in a lot of places.
Right.
And so you have a ton of people who are raised with this narrative they've been raised. I mean, come on. Who among my generation as someone being in Gen Z, who among you, who among us are you going to find that's going to say that Abraham Lincoln was a tyrant and an evil man who should not be revered, other than maybe me and a couple other guys? Like,
right.
You're not going to find people.
And this goes, and I'm not trying to promote Mises, even though I promote Mises all the time with this statement. This is why historical revisionism and people in places like the Mises Institute are so important, is because without that counter, we have a serious problem. And this is why revisionist history must be linked to libertarian thought. If it's not, then libertarian thought falls by the wayside, because all the state has to do is adjust the grand historical narrative to match what they're saying. And we've seen this, and it happens. Like you said, with Lincoln, for one. I mean, that is such a pervasive myth with every single person almost every single person you speak to, that he was this some great man, and he definitely was not. And we could do our own video on how bad he was. But I mean, it really surprises me to see this level of I don't want to say denialism, but about how important in the 70s and 80s it was to speak specifically to revisionist history, and why that outcropping, especially with regard to Rothbard, who said that libertarian thought and revisionist history must go one and one with one another, that this isn't important, or it's being glanced over or whatever. But God, it's such an important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I retweeted today, Hitler actually applauded Lincoln for getting rid of federalism and also for crushing the South, I believe.
Yeah, and wasn't Lincoln in contact with Karl Marx as well, or something like that?
Yeah, no, he had a correspondence with Marx.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just obvious that this statist mentality that Lincoln obviously had is so obviously overlooked in state education. I mean, that's not the only example. There are much larger things, and the left recognizes this too. They're a big promoter of the Department of Education. They're a big promoter of centralized education because they control the narrative, right? And
right.
I mean, and I'm not going to defend Republicans at all, but up until 1980, it was in the Republican platform to abolish the Department of Education, because at that time they saw how big of a threat that was. I mean, if you have a major party that realizes something like that is a major threat, it's probably a major threat.
Yeah, right. And probably also, even worse than they say it is.
Right, exactly.
Also, the fact that they had to put that in their platform tells you that many people back then viewed it as a threat. Because parties don't necessarily want to abolish this or that, but but if they're talking about abolishing this or that, that means that abolishment is so popular within a segment of society that they have to have it in their platform.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I'm just going to leave off with 2 points. On the Lincoln Memorial, underneath his hands is the fasces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a symbol of imperial rule, and the fascists use that because they love centralized imperial rule. Also, Tom DiLorenzo wrote a fantastic book called The Real Lincoln, and we're gonna have to go over that sometime. I don't know when because we have so much to go over.
That's a wonderful book by Tom, and then as well as the politically, or wait, no, that was written by Tom Woods. The Politically Incorrect Guide to American History. Definitely check those two out.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting the politically incorrect guide for this little girl I know for her birthday.
That's awesome.
Because she likes reading, and so I'm just like feeding her libertarian books like subvertly. I'm subverting her parents.
Oh, hold on, Colton. You're proving their point. You're a statist. Clearly, you're a statist now because you're feeding good information and revisionist history to a young girl.
Yeah. It's her parents aren't libertarians, but I'm just like, so what I've gotten her hooked on the turtle trends.
Oh yeah. My parents actually got those books. My parents are not libertarians, but I think these books might start skewing them a bit.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, young Grasshopper had an excellent comment that I want to address. He said, even in the South, very few still understand Lincoln was a tyrant. How utterly indoctrinated can you be to be someone of Southern heritage and not realize that Lincoln was a tyrant? That's how pervasive state education has become. And even like, you can see this in everything. Even in Eastern European countries with USSR, there's still a lot of education that glorifies some of that narrative with the USSR. In Russia especially, right? And they will never stop doing that. There is no end to this other than complete indoctrination through the state, right? And it's so important that we counter that I really don't see how anyone can argue against that.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be like universally accepted, not even just by libertarians, but by others. Of course, I say that about a lot of things, that not even just libertarians should believe it, but it's true.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're like, I view the current state as the overwhelming egalitarian state. I think that the state is ultimately moving toward a form of egalitarian tyranny. And as a result, if you are a right winger, regardless of your deeper or more specific political views, if you are on the right, it is so utterly insane for someone to be on the right and not support revisionist history. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, no, like there's no denying that you have to be able to look at history in a way different than what you were taught in school. Like there's no question, because you are taught against the right-wing narrative time and time again.
Unless you
with everything. All right, well, let's go on.
Yep, unless you homeschool, then you don't have to unlearn everything.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ron Paul homeschool
to sustain itself.
Yep.
Rule, and more importantly, what a political rule uses to sustain itself. As a result of losing a lot of the context for how to go about characterizing political rule, many modern proponents of libertarianism don't actually understand the libertarian criticism in concept of arguments for politics and political authority, or if they do, how they internalize these criticisms is oftentimes very disjointed and inconsistent because they attempt to fill in the gaps of their own knowledge with their already established understanding of political social organization, which is essentially just created to assume that states are legitimate. This is why you see some of the bigger figures in the libertarian movement not really attempting to deconstruct the state's interests, how the state functions, what upholds the state's monopolies, what even counts as a state monopoly, the class difference between state actors and non-state actors, even though building upon these approaches have produced the strongest essays and arguments ever written on the subject. Because of this, you see a lot of state skeptics using vaguely Leviathan-esque assumptions to describe the state's origin, just to name one example.
It is only the belief in the legitimacy of the ruling class, the belief that we are obligated to obey it because it's authority. it has the right to rule, we have the obligation to obey. That belief is a lie, and that belief is the entire problem.
That was
Okay.
Rose.
Overall, generally, that's right. I don't like the way they characterize some of the statements, and those obviously can be broken out and talked about in detail. But I don't want to do that here because we want to stick to the general. In general, I generally agree with that. Right, that's kind of what we were just talking about. Is the state mischaracterizes its own existence in order to perpetuate itself.
Yeah.
Well,
Using
also,
Larkin Rose as an example of libertarianism is definitely a misstep there, considering he is a self-admitted, I believe, or at least accused adulterer and contract violator. That is not someone I would have chosen to put on the screen.
well, he did say it's common in libertarianism. He didn't say common in Hoppeanism.
Right.
So,
and he may very well be talking specifically about, people like the LP and, more general libertarians than people who are more in depth into the philosophy, which I totally agree with. There are a vast number of lolberts, as we call them, that agree with the state's grand historical narrative, and that's extremely disappointing and something that we have to counter.
Right.
I just realized we're 1 hour and 20 minutes in and we haven't gotten to a Hoppe critique yet in this video.
Oh my gosh.
Just so you know, we haven't been doing this for 1 hour and 20 minutes. It's we've only been doing it for 40 minutes in this video, and it's 7 minutes into the thing. But they're basically just setting up what this video is about. So,
Okay.
And why it's important to do historical revisionism. So, what else did I have to say? Oh, so legitimacy is definitely a thing. And a state's legitimacy, the fact that people think that the state is legitimate, is why the state is in peril. If people did not see the state as legitimate, what you would get is something like Afghanistan, where U.S. troops have been in there for 20 years almost. And because the Afghanistanis do not see us as legitimate, we actually are losing a guerrilla war.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Absolutely. They see us as parasites.
Yep.
Sorry, go.
They see us, basically as parasites invading their land, which is correct, and they are using, legitimate force to push us out to try to repel all of our invasive attacks and encroachments upon their land. So, I mean, they're absolutely in the right because, and it's like you said, it's all because they see us as illegitimate. And if people saw the state as illegitimate like that, then you can only imagine.
Right.
Right.
If what's happening in Afghanistan was happening in every single part of America, the federal government would not exist.
Yeah. No doubt.
And I think that I do think I'm the first one to say that education is not everything. Just because the state has grown to such a powerful entity that for every one person that you can educate, it can educate 5,000, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm not saying that education isn't important. You obviously have to educate people, but using grander narratives, using things like homeschool and pushing that, which is, COVID has been a little bit of a godsend for that. And I think that the state is helping destroy itself a little bit in that regard, because the more that people homeschool and the more homeschool options there are, we've positioned ourselves very well for that, with Tuttle Twins books, with the few different varied libertarian homeschool options, including Ron Paul Homeschool, which is great. I think that that's great. Now, that being said, education is still not everything. You still need intellectual criticism. You need more revisionist history than just the homeschool narrative can provide you. And you need other things as well. It's not the be all end all, like some agorists and some voluntarists would have you believe that you can change everything simply through education. That education fight has gone on for a very long time, and we have made progress. but nowhere near as much progress as the state has made with the creation of the Department of Education.
Right.
Right. Also, my state is still not opening schools, and I'm actually trying to get the parents of that girl I was talking about to homeschool, and I'm trying to get them to get the Ron Paul homeschool.
Nice.
But they don't want to do it because both of them work, and they're like, homeschooling is going to be way harder to do. And I'm like, you're basically homeschooling them now, and this will allow you to just not have to drop her off every day.
Yeah, and I should point out here, I'm not at all against people doing that. I encourage that 1,000,000%, and it is absolutely necessary. I think it's just it's good for me to say that this isn't the only thing we need to do. Right?
Yep. Also, my church is trying to build up a elementary school. So.
Oh, sick.
That's great. That's excellent.
Yep. So. Let's continue.
Now, this creates a lot of issues. As already noted, it makes the fusion between praxis and conceptual truth about principles impossible to establish, but this is because it obscures what actually defines political rule and makes it very difficult, as a consequence, to create a conceptual truth claim against it. So not having the ability to decisively explain where the state came from beyond making it very difficult to create a coherent anti-state narrative which rejects its legitimacy also predisposes libertarians to filling in the gaps in their own understanding with narratives and assumptions about the nature of social organization that are designed to favor political rule. For instance, if you were to incorporate a sort of Hobbesian assumption about the state of nature which people like Larkin Rose employ, then you'd be predisposed, instead of actually going out and obtaining the means to live independently of regulated outlets, to endlessly try and debate everyone and convince them that the way they attempt to project their interests onto politicians and bills written by the state is misguided, while effectively operating around the same assumption of how you would have your interests met in a state society. In fact, you'd be discouraged from actually trying to subvert the state, because your worldview assumes that you need to convince everybody to agree with you in order to have the state stop existing.
I think I completely agree with that. And that's really what I was getting at with the fact that, the convincing arguments and the education is not the only thing that we need to do. And I think that is a bad false assumption to make. And that ultimately hurts us as well.
So I actually disagree with what Esther just said there. The legitimacy of the state is why people go into it. And so you're never going to get a secessionist movement as so long as the people agree with the federal government.
Mm-hmm. I think we got to balance the two, right? I understand where you're coming from, Jared, and also you, Colton. I get what you're saying, but I think you have kind of a happy medium. You need a certain amount of people to agree that the state is illegitimate in order for you to, as you were saying, Colton, get a thing moving. But you don't need everybody to get there intellectually. What I think Esso is going for is he's kind of coming from this agorist perspective of, while we have statists and non-statists living amongst each other, eventually we'll be able to just abolish the state, in the current state of affairs without convincing everybody, which is absolutely retarded. But I think what we think, our mindset is, you don't have to convince everyone. You need to convince certain people who are in a certain geographical region, most of them, to secede or nullify federal laws and stuff like that.
And move away from the central state to smaller states. And those conflicts of interest, I totally agree with what you're saying here, by the way. I think that moving away from that centralized state to other smaller states is ultimately the goal, right? Because, a Californian and a Southerner like myself, you're not going to agree on things. And that Californian may very well want just the biggest state, right? But when we've addressed this in the secession video, but that movement towards that doesn't necessarily need to, I don't need to convince every single person that even the existing state is illegitimate, but that it doesn't best serve the interests of any particular group, right?
Well,
Right.
you don't need to. You need to get the majority in a region to secede, but you don't need just the majority. What you need is the political elite of that region.
Yeah, and I would even, and obviously we can discuss this more. I wouldn't even say you need the majority. If you use historical examples for, say, the American Revolution, there were only about 10% of the population, I think, or even less, maybe 3%, that actually wanted to secede from the United Kingdom or from England at the time. It is about convincing that natural elite, which is what Colton just said, to put their weight behind that movement. That is really what is needed.
Well, it's not so much the natural elite; it's the political elite, because secession is going to be a political action unless you're unless it's a bunch of ANCAPs doing it.
Well, yeah, and political elite's kind of it's kind of an amorphous term, because when I think of the natural elite, I'm talking about businessmen and people who are active in their communities and people that care about what's happening. Because if you take a look at Jefferson and Madison and Franklin and all of these guys, even a military general like Washington, they weren't necessarily politically minded when this was going on, and they were able to convince several people because they were trusted in their communities and they were trusted people in general, right? If you look at Sam Adams, he was marked as an enemy of the crown, right? So he was, and John Hancock as well, signing the Declaration of Independence larger than anyone else. He was little more than a criminal, right? But he was a criminal to the crown, not a criminal to the people who depended on him and liked him and things like that.
And the natural elite, you're gonna need a majority of it, but I say that you're gonna need almost every one of the political elite. This would be the mayor. Like if it's a city that's seceding, it's gonna be the mayor. It's gonna be the council, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that overall. I think that the area in, like, if you've got a governor, right, that doesn't want to secede, and this is what happened in Missouri, right? We had a competition of resources between the South and the North that really concentrated in Missouri at the time, and Missouri became an extremely volatile battleground, and even at such a point that they created and convened a new Congress in southern part of Missouri and Neosho to formalize secession, right? And I think that, if you see that even a split in the political elite in that realm, you'll see things like that start to happen.
Yep. Although a split in the political elite will likely lead to violence, whereas Hoppe is trying to figure out ways of non-violently seceding.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It has, right? It happened in Missouri. Missouri was in my opinion, one of the more disgusting battlegrounds, where you had redlegs killing farmers and shit like that. It was terrible.
Yep. So, man, we are almost 9 minutes through this 45-minute video, and not a single critique of Hoppe. I am kind of sad.
Let us continue.
Which is something that simply cannot and will not ever happen, especially in state societies where people as children are systemically brainwashed to believe that they can only have their interests met through a political party, not to mention how unrealistic this approach makes libertarianism innately seem. This causes libertarians to trick themselves into essentially regressing back into a political mindset and social contract theory while thinking that they're arguing against political rule. The conflict this creates naturally causes...
Just in case for the watchers, the Libertarian Party's logo is on here.
Yeah, extremely cringe. I don't think that that's. It is happening. I'm not going to deny that that doesn't happen, but I think that where he's going to go with this, and I may be totally wrong, is that as a result of this conflict, saying that any kind of political involvement at all is then thus the person promoting that is then convinced of the state's legitimacy in any way. That's not the case. You can use something to your advantage that you don't believe in, right? You can have a pacifist arms dealer, right? That's not necessarily a conflict because they're dealing arms. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're the ones committing violence, right? So even if you do agree that voting is violence, you're absolutely justified, as Spooner says, page 7, no treason, that using votes and using the political process against people or towards secession and things like that is absolutely legitimate and justified because you're not lending legitimacy to the state. You're using the state against itself in order to defend yourself.
Right. And also, at times you can be defending, using different layers of the state against other layers. Like, for example, you can use state governments against the federal government or local governments against the state government.
Right, exactly. I mean, there are numerous examples of this in history. Is even going towards the more centralized system that we're moving towards. People using their state, their country against things like the United Nations, things like before the United Nations, the League of Nations, and saying, "Look, fuck you. We're our own political body. We're not going to do that." To say that using the state to oppose those things is bad or is a legitimate or is legitimizing the state in any way is absurd, right? I mean, just because you're using the state to defend yourself, that doesn't mean you believe in the legitimacy of the state.
Right, precisely. And you can have some real life examples of this. For example, my state, Nebraska, just passed a law. In fact, it was literally today that they signed this into effect, banning dismemberment abortions. And this is going to make the feds mad. Like, the feds are going to basically screech and be like, Roe versus Wade, Roe versus Wade.
Right.
But this is an example of weaponizing the state government against the federal government tyranny. Now, this is a controversial example because some libertarians will say banning abortion is tyrannical.
Right.
We can have that argument, but yeah.
And I would just say as a counter to that, there's other examples too, particularly the Second Amendment. I think we addressed that in an earlier video, but there are numerous examples of the fact that moving toward the direction of states' rights has exponentially increased gun rights. Look at the number of shall issue CCW permit states before in 1994 compared to today. There's a great GIF or GIF, whatever you pronounce it, that shows the progression of that all the way up to now constitutional carry in many states. To say that is a legitimization of the state trying to defend yourself and your rights is just absurd, right? So
yeah, I've never understood it. Even back when I was a Lulbert, I still never totally bought this idea that voting was, all voting is violence. I can actually recall in my earlier Lulbert days when I was still in high school, so quite a while ago, starting to writing a piece of an article defending voting even as an anarchist.
Right, yeah, and I mean, I think that this goes back to what Hoppe usually talks about, which is, people just don't read anymore. People like to use Spooner as an amazing example, but people don't want to actually read him. And if you read him, you'll find that he's a little different than people like to characterize him. and he, that again, that page of No Treason is super important. People should definitely go and read it. Using people like to say, okay, well, voting is violence. Okay, let's assume that's correct. That's which I agree with generally, but it's not aggression, right?
Right.
And when you don't define the difference between violence and aggression, everything then must be a pacifistic act, and
Right.
that's not legitimate in my mind. If someone comes to steal my property or do me harm or murder me, I'm going to defend myself. And if that means effectively killing the other person, I'm going to do that. And that's just that, if defending your life and defending your property and the legitimate use of force and protection thereof is supported by almost everyone. It is a not to use a argument ad populum here, but everyone in the libertarian community, I think, for the most part, agrees that the legitimate use of force in defense of oneself or one's property is thus legitimate, right? Said legitimate twice there, but you get what I'm saying. The assertion that is illegitimate, then you're throwing away the ability to preserve your own property, and thus the effectiveness and the legitimacy of property, not completely, but in so many words, in your own actions.
Right. The anti-voters are like, it's like if some intruder broke into your house, your wife tells you, get the gun, and you say, no, I'm not going to use the gun. This guy, that's violent.
Right. Yeah. It's, I mean,
Bob Wolfe
and
moment.
I think the same way, like if you were, like, say, for instance, and I love to do this, as I said earlier, say, for instance, you're in a small community, and the small community says, okay, well, you committed some crime, a murder, right?
Yeah.
And maybe they're a democratic community, right? Which is, I hate democracy, but let's just say they're a democratic community, right? And they say, okay, well, we're going to put it to a vote, whether we're going to put you in a cage for the rest of your life or we're going to murder you, right? So they say, okay, now we're going to hold the vote. And then you say, I'm not going to vote. And then you lose by one vote because you refuse to vote. Do you really think that you've furthered the cause of liberty there by abstaining from a vote and not defending your own life? And say it wasn't a murder. Say it was something else innocuous. Say it was, you printed a book you weren't supposed to, or whatever, right? I just find it absurd that people would say that you are legitimizing your own murder by taking place in a vote to say that you don't want to die.
Right. Absolutely. You're not. You are trying to use the process against itself, and it's perfectly reasonable. And I guarantee you that all these non-voter types, if they were put in a situation like that, they would absolutely vote.
Oh, for sure they would. I mean, I can't see anyone in a dire situation, especially saying, no, I'm not going to vote because I'm not going to legitimize this proceeding, right? Like,
Right.
The legitimacy is not born of your individual participation. It's the majority, which is, in a democracy, obviously, their own form of tyranny, right? So why not oppose that majoritarian tyranny by using their own system to help try and invalidate their own decision?
Right. It's just absurd.
Alright.
Were you able to...
So, ready to continue?
Yep.
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah, Spooner is way more base than the lawboats want to say.
For sure.
Causes a lot of libertarians to eventually look for an explanation that would fill in the obvious gaps in their narrative of political rule, since the assumptions they fill those gaps with initially don't stand up to scrutiny. Hoppe's theory of natural order allows libertarians to fill these gaps from a superficial perspective quite nicely, keywords being from a superficial perspective.
1 second. Esso is not pleased.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear how natural order is superficial when it's an obvious natural occurrence that, like I said earlier, exists in every strata of biology. But anyway,
Yeah, no. I just love this like smug. He's not even smug. He's he has this perfect annoyed
Yeah,
face.
yeah,
to be fair, I would be annoyed if I was standing next to the Libertarian Party too.
yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
With this theory in mind, Hoppe observes that the closest historical example of a natural order was during Europe's feudal era,
9 minutes 50 seconds. First time Hoppe's actual analysis is addressed.
Cool.
Anyways, it's not, and that's not something against the video. It's just like really you had to go through Lop and Rose and all of normie libertarians for that long in your
Maybe.
Hoppe video. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
maybe.
It's a Hop video.
Yeah, I mean, if they're trying to set up the background, they need to condense the talking points there so they can get right to the analysis. But that's just more of a
That's how we would do it. It's not that bad. It's just lengthens the video.
right.
Yep. So, anyways, let's go.
roughly between 1000 to 1500 AD following the Feudal Revolution, but preceding the Protestant Reformation and Gunpowder Revolution. Note that Hoppe acknowledges that European feudalism was by no means a perfect representation, as the existence of serfdom among other things illustrates. But the transition between heads of arbitrator dynasties to dynastic heads of state, that is to say the transition from feudal kings to absolute monarchies occurred from the popular support of their subjects after the monarchs made an arrangement with intelligentsia. The intellectuals would make pronouncements aligning the absolute monarch with the people, and making arguments appealing to egalitarianism, while the monarchs subsidized them in turn. This arrangement empowered the intellectuals, who would propagandize about how great and wonderful absolute monarchies were, and how prior to absolute monarchies, the world was a dog-eat-dog Mad Max-style hellhole of constant bloodshed and warfare, and that people made a contract with the king to pull them out from that madhouse. If this sounds like a direct jab at Thomas Hobbes, good, you're paying attention. As the king made themselves a monopoly on arbitration, there was a usurpation of property rights, where all land was considered to be owned by the king, having been granted to its current occupants by the monarch's beneficence. With constitutions, Hoppe argued, kings formalized their right to tax and legislate, in stark contrast with feudalism and natural aristocracies. However, this intelligentsia then turned the egalitarian justification of the monarch's rule against the monarchs, and demanded a transition towards participatory government, a democracy. The idea being that one can break the privileged position of having a monopoly on arbitration for a king to rule in their own favor by opening up the state so that theoretically anyone could be monarch, for lack of a better term. For Hoppe, there still was a privilege and a double standard for justice. It's just now, instead of being limited to the monarch and the royal family, it was open to presidents and their various public officials, government agents in other words. Those who aren't government agents were still subject to predation. For Hoppe, then, democracy was not so much an advancement in justice, but a diffusion of injustice, that everyone may use the force and violence of the state to prey upon their neighbors. In addition to all this, Hoppe makes numerous observations about the incentive of an absolute monarch.
So I don't really see an issue with what he's saying here, other than to say again that the arbitration dynasties are nothing but a family business. If you're going to be so against this, you should also be really against family businesses. You know, like a small grocery store, inheriting that through the generations.
It's really just kind of a ridiculous attempt to, I don't know, I guess to really just to smear Hoppe's ideas because, oh shoot, heretic is running, or it's rubbing off on me. I called him Hop. Oh no.
No.
But-
It's an inside joke.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So just trying to smear Hoppe's idea that there would be noble families, but I mean, really, like we were talking about earlier, that's just completely natural and exactly what you would expect. Like, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's something you observe in every other area of work and careers. So, like, they just have a ridiculous beef with it, honestly.
Yeah. Also, it's not just that it's presidents and public officials now that have been given the king's power, but technically anyone can be president or run for Congress, and therefore the class difference between the people who are ruled and the rulers is muddied. And this interferes with class consciousness, as Hoppe puts it. Hoppe has his own class analysis.
Well, and just beyond that, I mean, and I'm interested to see where he's going with this, but when we transferred, when the proletariat, what have you, revolted against the king to establish democratic order, they were really revolting against a more, not a natural, but a more natural elite to establish as he's saying, the egalitarian grounds here for rule. And as a result, that common space that was created what is classically known as a tragedy of the commons. And that's where you see a degeneration or a degeneration of the state, right? Not saying that the king wasn't acting as a state. He absolutely was, but he was more in the realm of a natural elite than democracy ever could be.
Right. There's no doubt about that. And of course, these people actually understood Hoppe, they would know that. But
right.
Okay, so let's continue because it's gonna get spicy in the next 6 minutes.
Nice.
Oh boy.
And violence of the state to prey upon their neighbors. In addition to all this, Hoppe makes numerous observations about the incentive of an absolute monarch versus a democratic ruler. A monarch has an incentive to preserve and increase the value of their land, and it is, for all intents and purposes, their property, whose value they will benefit from over the course of their lives to eventually pass on to their progeny. As most parents are assumed to have nothing but the best of intentions for their hatchlings, most parents, it is assumed, they'll want their sons and daughters to inherit a better kingdom than what they inherited.
Hatchlings is cringe.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. In opposition to that, where you have democratic order, you see all the time outgoing presidents or prime ministers will leave things in disarray or in a mess for the incoming administration. It happens all the time.
Yeah, and then they'll get blamed for it. Or
So-
the incoming person.
Yep.
Basically, the incoming person will get blamed for all the problems that the outgoing person created.
Right. Yeah. And that in this way, it incentivizes the first person to do whatever they want to do and not really care because they're not going to eventually have to pay the consequences. Right.
Precisely.
Yep. Let's get to it. Also, I've only watched to the 20-minute mark. We're at the 13-minute mark right now. It got too frustrating after that point. Between this 13-minute mark and the 20-minute mark. So I just kind of quit and started reading related materials, which I put in the description.
Excellent.
Democratic rulers, on the other hand, are at best temporary caretakers, Because for all intents and purposes they are not the owners, their incentive is to appropriate as much of its value for themselves for the duration of their time in office. It's like if there's a massive pile of gold, but you only have 10 seconds to take as much as you can. Your incentive will be to shovel as much as you can into your pockets, arms, whatever. As the possibility of family also being future caretakers is nebulous at best, their time preferences are short or high. A monarchical king, by contrast, would have a long or low time preference, as their progeny's succession is virtually assured. Thus, it is argued.
So yes, that's what government is, basically supermarket sweep. If you guys, that's an older reference, but if you guys know what that is, it's definitely supermarket sweep. And I wouldn't say that kings necessarily have low time preference. I would say that as a result, wait, did they get that backwards?
No.
Okay. I would just say that it trends more in the opposite direction than a democratic order, right? It's a scale here. It's not one or the other.
Right, so this is just going back from last week. This is Servus Paribus. All other things being equal, monarchs will have a lower time preference. Well, tend to have a lower time preference than democratic presidents.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Kings are more inclined towards more limited economic interventionist policies, which preserve and enhance the economy of their country compared.
Also, these aerial shots I can't show on YouTube, but for fears of copyright, but they are gorgeous.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Yep. So.
Compared to a democratic, highly economically interventionist country. Thus, there cannot logically be a correlation between the transition from monarchies to democracy in the West and the increase in the standard of living. Hoppe argued that wealth creation and economic progress happened in spite of it, and had the West remained monarchistic or even feudalistic, the expansion of the welfare, warfare, tax and spend state would have been greatly limited, and we'd be wealthier in ways that we can't even imagine today. The absence of a welfare state also encourages more conservative, pro-family social values rather than degenerative culture of today. Another point he makes is that war, under absolute monarchies, tend towards limited skirmishes with clearly defined objectives, rather than vaguely defined wars against ideas, or to achieve an undefinable objective.
And you can see this in the war on terrorism today.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's right there. We have clear examples of this.
Yeah, we never had a war on poverty. We never had a war on terrorism. We never had a war on all of these other issues before democracy.
Right, because, and I think, too, that what they'll try and do here is be like, well, look at the wars that were fought during, democracy. They were, there were tons of little skirmishes and things like that. But then if you look back, I can't think of a war the size of World War II or World War I that occurred, during the monarchical age. You could counter that and say, well, technology hadn't advanced to that point to allow those types of things, and that may be a valid counter argument. But at the same time, you don't see the pervasiveness of war that you see today, and I don't think that's an unreasonable assumption to make, that moving away from democracy would allow us to limit that power. And I think, too, if you look at the Middle East, I mean, look at Assad, right? Who's trying to overthrow Assad? It's democracies that are trying to overthrow Assad.
Yeah.
Not Assad trying to overthrow us.
Although, if you read The Myth of National Defense, he does say that dictatorships are essentially democracies as well.
In function in many ways. I would say, though, that dictatorships are probably less apt to try and spread their ideologies than even democracy. And I could be wrong there, but I would say that they're less apt as well.
It depends. It really, really depends.
Yeah.
If it's a fascist or communist, then no. But if it's just a vague dictatorship like Assad, then it is probably true. Because
or like Pinochet.
Right.
Because democracies, fascist governments, and communist governments, they are all based around a set of ideas. Meanwhile, just general dictatorships, it's not necessarily they have any ideal they're shooting for. They just want the power, and they use democratic means to get it.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, Hitler was elected, right? So.
Yep. Well, it's not even just that. I mean, if you go into any of these communist dictatorships, all of them say that mass politics is how they rule, essentially. And this mass politics is the defining feature of democracies. And that's why Hoppe has a more technical definition in the introduction chapter of the myth of national defense. But essentially, he does not define democracy as having elections. He defines it as social ownership of the state. And you'll notice even in like Assad's case, it's a party that has control of the state, and that is the social ownership of it.
Yeah, we're doing this for the people, right?
Yep.
And kings did do that in some respects in a lot of cases, but it was more about maintaining their own power and control. And I don't know. I would have to think about this more, and I haven't really thought about it too in depth. So
essentially that is the big difference, and that's why we've had bigger wars and wars against concepts instead of just wars against this nation. Since democracies have proliferated. So, let's continue.
Argued that total war, where all targets, military and civilian alike, are fair game for enemy combatants, in addition to a military-industrial complex, is something that only happens under democracies and never under monarchies. More importantly, as ideologically the distinction between state and person was blurred, it was easier for governments to mobilize all resources and production for war, whereas previously, the popular distinction was that wars were just the king's war. I said a lot here, but basically, Hoppe believes that feudalism under a natural aristocracy is ideal, and that although an absolute monarchy is preferable to a democracy due to being more peaceful, less victimizing of people's liberty, and not as encouraging of social degeneration, his preferred form of social and political organization is feudalism. He believes that a voluntary, stateless society will strongly resemble feudalism. Now, just to be clear, we know Hoppe isn't a monarchist. He just sounds a lot like one. No, he's clear.
It's kind of deceptive to, it's the same thing again with sliding scales. Like people like to say that, North Korea and the United States are the same because they're both states. And now they're trying to characterize Hoppe as, a monarchist because he believes that monarchy is closer to anarchy than democracy. It's just an absurd positioning.
Yeah, there's really nothing more to say about it. It's just, what's the word? Straw manning, I guess, because they're taking his actual position and blowing it way out of proportion to something that it isn't at all. You got to be either dumb or outright intentionally deceptive to come to that conclusion. Come on.
Right. And saying that, hey, natural order looks closer to that of the monarchy than it does in a democracy. I mean, isn't that obvious? Does your family look like a democracy? If you run your family like a democracy, you're going to have some problems, right? And I think that, looking at the church is the same way, right? I mean, there's no way that churches are not democratic.
Right.
And I think that saying that at the end of the day, that we're all looking at this from the perspective of, this is again a sliding scale, and to determine that as a result, natural order is refuted because democracy or monarchy is not stateless. That's just absurd, right? Because we're comparing what things resemble and what they'll more look like, not necessarily what they are.
Right. If you take a cue ball, like from a pool table, right, and a basketball, you're clearly, no sane person is going to look at the cue ball and say, that's bigger than the basketball. You'd be retarded to say that.
Right.
The same goes for monarchy, democracy, and anarchy. Hoppe is simply showing, look how much closer to anarchy and liberty this system of monarchy is, feudal monarchy and feudalism compared to democracy.
So, I brought up this article, and it's by Stefan Kinsella, and its title is "Hoppe is not a monarchist." And at the very end, he says, Hoppe's comments on monarchy are meant to help understand the deficiencies of democracy and states in general.
Period.
Yep. He's not trying to defend monarchy. He's trying to show how deficient the democracy is, because he is showing the deficiency of the Whig and the progressive theory of history.
Right.
For people who do not know what I'm talking about, the progressive view of history is that we are continuously progressing towards the end of history, and the Whigs would even say that democracy, a one-world government that is run under democracy, is the end of history. And Hoppe is showing that that cannot possibly be the end of history for any libertarian or anyone who takes natural rights seriously.
Right.
Yeah, and read the paragraph above the quoted one. That's an important paragraph.
Yeah.
The one where Rizal is speaking.
Hoppe's primary aim is to show how bad democracy is and to demolish the shibboleth commonly held. Huh? Shibboleth. Commonly held among even libertarians, that even if democracy isn't perfect, it was at least an improvement over monarchy. Hoppe argues that even Rothbard and Mises were susceptible to this.
Right, which is, again, going back to revisionist history. This is important, and Hoppe is pointing out a very important thing, that this idea that democracy is therefore so much better than monarchy has helped promote the state, right? If you move away from that and you move toward monarchy, or the inverse, and monarchy being better than democracy, you can begin to see the degeneration of how we moved from natural order to monarchy to democracy. And that is really it's not this timeline where things went up and down and up and down. It's really a degeneration and a straight line.
Right.
Okay. So, yep. Man, I must be misremembering where the entire section is, because we're already at 16 minutes in, and yeah. Also, just a time counter. We're about an hour 20 minutes into this video, and we've only gone 16 minutes out of a 45-minute video. So yeah, it's gonna be a long stream.
Here we go.
Clearly a neo-feudalist. Politics, broadly defined, is the distribution of scarce resources using violence. Politics is a subset of economics. However, in conflating historical reality...
Does anyone want to go into politics as a subset of economics?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So politics is not just a subset of economics. That would be political economy.
Right.
It is politics is actually more in line with philosophy than it is with economics, disregarding political economy. And thus,
Okay.
you actually need to have a moral philosophy, which Hoppe does in his argumentation ethics, in order to describe your politics.
Yes, that absolutely is true. Like, you can't just say that politics is merely about the allocation of resources, because then politics would be virtually identical with economics, perhaps with some differences.
Right. So, politics is not just about the allocation of resources, but how society should be organized generally, and
Precisely.
who gets to decide who gets to allocate those resources, and also just other things, because not everything is related to the market. There are things that are unrelated to the market, like marriage, and like the state has taken control of marriage contracts, and thus that is that relates to economics in some sense, but it's not everything that relates to economics, because people have a culture as well.
Right.
Right.
So
Is a subset of economics. However, in conflating historical reality with his theory, he creates a situation.
Young Grasshopper says politics is literally citycraft, derived from the word polis.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Where his interpretation of historical reality can only be wrong if libertarianism is wrong. It is not my purpose here to engage in standard history, i.e., history as it is written by historians, but to offer a logical or sociological reconstruction of history informed by actual historical events, but motivated more fundamentally by theoretical, philosophical, and economic concerns.
Right, and this is one of the big things historians miss, is that they don't have a theoretical history. They don't have a philosophical economic basis for viewing history. They kind of just try to piece facts together.
Right. They're trying to explain things in a reverse order instead of coming up with an underlying theory that explains the progress of these things that happen.
Yep.
Right.
And anyways, let's continue.
What he's trying to do is similar to what Murray Rothbard did in describing alternate theories and narratives about history. The difference is that when Rothbard did it, he provided specifics, showed quotes, dates, times, names. Generally, he had hard data to back up and support a theory that more accurately describes both historical and present concerns. Hoppe here is just guessing what feudalism was like, projecting his natural order theory backwards onto feudalism and neglecting the historical and economic context that favored a feudal social order to come about in the first place. This is the difference between historical revisionism.
1 second. This is the so
and historical negationism.
So, sorry about that. I don't want to get copyright stricken. So let's cut that loop. And actually, let's go to this. So this is actually the book that Hoppe quotes. And it's very interesting that he talks about page 31, because if I'm remembering correctly, that book is quoted on page 31.
Yeah, it's directly referenced.
So, directly after that quote, he actually shows where he's getting his sources from. Now, he doesn't actually give quotes and the whole data in this chapter, because this book is actually not a chapter. It was extracted from a different book called A Short History of Man. And a short history of man would have taken him decades to write if he was sourcing everything as he went through tens of thousands of years of history.
Right.
It's much easier to read books and then just create a narrative from these books than it is to show all of your sources.
So do you think that they even read A Short History of Man?
No, I think so far they've only quoted from the booklet from aristocracy to monarchy to democracy. So I think they only know of the booklet, not the whole book.
Okay.
But I did read the whole book in preparation for this week, so go me.
Nice.
So yeah, no, it also would be daunting if Hoppe came out with like a 7-volume edition, just like Rothbard's Conceived in History, you know.
Yeah.
Historical, as we were saying, historical revisionism is absolutely important, and it's undeniable.
Also, it wouldn't be a short history of man if it was a 7-volume treatise.
Right. And to intertwine, and Rothbard did an excellent job of doing this, but to intertwine an entirely the short history of man into another work, can be great, but so are references explaining what you're talking about in a political philosophy book, right? I mean, these things can be companions to one another, but they don't necessarily have to be like pages and pages and pages of quotes, right?
Right. So, when you're creating a ethics textbook, you don't necessarily need to create a whole bunch of quotes from people. You can just explain their theories as you go through the textbook.
Right.
And it doesn't make your textbook worse if you don't have a bunch of quotes. Because, as in my ethics class in undergrad, we went through so many different theories of ethics that you would have had to have like 8 different books, because every week we went over 2 or 3 different variants of ethics. So Grasshopper says, Filthy Heretic wouldn't even read Hoppe's work if it was a long history of man instead of a short history of man. Yeah. Also, Grasshopper says, Hoppe was literally painting in broad strokes because he was addressing such large portions of history all at once. Yeah, no. Hoppe goes to the age of violence in terms of male-female relationships to explain why marriage came to be. Marriage has been with humans almost for all of recorded history. It's only because we know the very, very far back that how things happened before marriage that he can even write that book. And it also explains why Mises talks about in Socialism the age of violence versus the age of marriage. So yeah, it's having this revisionist history and being able to in broad strokes talk about history is very important, because you're not going to make the average layperson a historical scholar for the past 6,000 years of human history.
Right. I mean, if you're talking about political philosophy, start from assumptions that can be referenced and proven, and then develop upon that. Rothbard did great in giving examples and things like that, but it doesn't mean you absolutely have to do that to be a revisionist and not a negationist. You only need to cite sources and reference those things.
Yep. So, yeah, and the entire point of having a general historical narrative is so that way you can quickly explain things to a layperson. So, yeah, it's Hoppe in A Short History of Man was not trying to do what Rothbard was trying to do in the Progressive Era.
Right.
Yep.
At the risk of repeating myself, we know full well Hoppe does not argue feudalism is a perfect representation of his idea of a natural order, so any criticisms we have of feudalism are not necessarily criticisms of Hoppe's natural order and vice versa. But that said, Hoppe's assessment of feudalism is undermined by the existence of serfdom. You know serfdom, right? Where peasants were legally bound to their lord's land, the manner in which they worked, where they paid taxes, were conscripted into unpaid manual labor work or corvée, were required to arbitrate their cases in courts owned or run by their lord, and if the serf's family members left the manor, the serf will be required to pay a fine to the lord in compensation. The existence of jus primi noctis, where lords claim the right to have sex with a peasant man's bride on the day of their wedding?
I wonder if there was any hierarchy in medieval Europe that would have prevented adultery. I wonder if it could be a hierarchy that Filthy himself is a part of.
Or at least claims to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's kind of absurd to use individual examples as counter to a larger historical narrative when obviously these things even happen today, right? They may not look like this, but look at the absolute litany of pedophilia and sexual abuse that is occurring today with the Epstein stuff, and with Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton and Trump and all of these guys. This is still happening. This is not a counter argument.
Right. It's and also hasn't jus prima nocte been like debunked or something? Like I don't know for sure, but I feel like that was written off as a myth.
Yeah, it is a myth, and that's why I brought up the hierarchy. I don't know if Jared understood what hierarchy I was talking about.
Yeah, the Catholic Church.
Yeah. So Filthy claims to be a Catholic, and he doesn't understand the fact that ever since the 8th century, the Catholic Church has tried to have control over the state, and that the Catholic Church also has rules against adultery. And so it's kind of funny that he would talk about a rule that goes counter to one of the main influences in the state, if not just the controller of that state, the prime controller of that state.
Right. Just to reference, that book that Hoppe references was written by Fritz Kern. He's a German medievalist historian. He held chairs at Frankfurt University and Bonn University, and he was born in 1884. So it's not like the guy is just some nutcase writing books, right?
Also,
so
Frankfurt School.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that book was written in 1914 before the commies took power in the Frankfurt School.
Right.
So. Anyways, it's going to be hard to take the following criticism seriously when he says the first night rite is not just a myth.
Right. That really caught me off guard, because it's like, is he literally just using straight up falsehoods to argue his point? Like, that's ridiculous. Also, I don't quite understand why, when I'm pretty sure earlier he specifically referenced something Hoppe said about how, feudalism wasn't great because of things like serfdom. Like, it wasn't perfect because of things like serfdom. And then comes back and says, look at serfdom. It's so bad about feudalism, so that's why Hoppe's wrong. It's like, you idiot. Like, you're missing the whole point. Like,
Yeah. I personally will wait because I know what's coming up to talk about that because they're gonna quote something and it's gonna be hilarious.
Oh man, let's go for it.
Granted, how much of that was actually enforced, practiced, and what the monetary amounts were, and what was demanded of serfs varied greatly from region to region. In some places, peasants were conscripted, in other words enslaved, to maintain roads and bridges, have their kids guard livestock. Young men may be enslaved into military service, provide horses for messengers, or be subject to the dictates and punishments of a lord, or even just their appointed steward. In Eastern Europe, it was illegal to leave a village without permission from the lord, who may charge a fee to bestow the privilege of freedom of movement.
Freedom of
Stop.
movement.
Freedom of movement doesn't exist. Please read my article. At least in the modern era, it doesn't exist. That the right to travel does not exist. This is because, and this is something I think actually Dr. Block agrees with me on, which is interesting. That you don't have a right to travel. Travel is a limitation or a privilege of property ownership, period. If you don't own the property, you don't have a right to travel. End of story.
Yep. Simple as.
All of this imposed upon peasants for
Although I would say, the freedom to leave a property, that you are on, that when it, even if it's not yours and you're just going to someone else's, you can't falsely confine someone.
Right. There is a right of exit, but there is no right of entrance to a different place. I think that's the distinction that we need to make.
Well, I could allow you to cross my yard but not come in my house.
Yeah, certainly.
So it's not just it's not just my property that I'm giving you access to. It can be certain parts of the property.
Yeah, certainly.
Yep. So let's go.
For the crime of being born in the wrong territory. Frequently throughout Europe, lords enjoyed territorial monopolies on commodities and made it illegal for serfs to get their tobacco, salt, etc. at anywhere else. Their grain also had to be ground into flour at the lord's mills, to which a fee was paid for the privilege of using. Serfs couldn't hunt, although they may be conscripted, in other words enslaved, to help their lord on hunts. Failure to abide by these rules meant the accused was brought before the lord's court. Even more so, especially in places in Western Europe, where land ownership was hereditary, serfs were bought and sold with the land they worked on, or were even sold themselves. If a lord sold their property, the serfs transferred their allegiance to the new owner. Hoppe's natural order is built on the pretense of protecting property rights absent a government. He constructs it similarly to feudalism, even going so far as to claim the two closely resemble each other. The reason he does this is fourfold. I only claim this order approached the natural order through A, the supremacy of and the subordination of everyone under one law, B, the absence of any lawmaking power, and C, the lack of any legal monopoly of judgeship and conflict arbitration. And I would claim that this system could have been perfected and retained virtually unchanged through the inclusion of serfs into the system. First off, there was not one law. There were hundreds or even thousands of laws scattered across Europe, and the arrangements under feudalism were so diverse, some historians have even argued for dropping the label altogether. Nevertheless, there was the same
So the law was not something that someone wrote down and enforced. It was something that would be appealed to in courts, and as what is his name? Andrew Williams Salter and Andrew T. Young would go on to say in this paper, it's the fact that it's polycentric. The polycentric law would basically enforce the natural law. And let me just quote this one paragraph. We emphasize three features of the medieval constitution. First, governance provision was polycentric, i.e. characterized by fractured, overlapping, and concurrent political power. Second, governance providers had residual claimancy. Their political property rights were bundled with economic property rights. As such, they had incentives to govern in ways that increased the returns of their realm's assets and informational feedback on their performance. Third, governance providers at all levels were sovereign in the sense that they could enforce their political property rights. Sovereignty helped to make the overall structure of political property rights self-enforcing. In this paper, we use the term polycentric sovereignty to describe a constitution characterized by polycentricity, residual claimancy, and sovereignty. And so, it is the fact that your political property rights were bundled with your economic property rights that allowed every landowner to have sovereignty. And it was the polycentricity of these legal systems that allowed not just what one king decided was law, but because the king had to deal with other lords and other power structures like the church, that the law, the natural law, was allowed to be appealed to by everyone, and because it was an impartial law, it would be the one that ruled the day, most likely.
I wonder if they're talking about. I wonder if Hoppe here is talking about the concept of one law. The concept of one law is a lot different than just having one law.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. He actually talks about this in He talks about a natural law that is considered both ancient and eternal,
Right.
in effect everywhere. And this is the natural law. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this, and this is why I wanted to bring this up, because it was the fact that it was polycentric, the fact that there were so many fractured, overlapping, and concurrent political powers that allowed the natural law, the one law, to be in effect.
Right. They totally missed the point there. And it's just obvious from that reading what he's trying to say. You literally, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just insulting them at this point, but you literally have to be absolutely, like, virtually illiterate to not understand what he's saying there. It's ridiculous.
There were lots of laws. Well, no fucking shit.
Yeah, like, well, what do you think he's saying? Do you literally think that Hoppe is that dumb that he thinks there was only one rule in all of society? Come on, you can't be that dumb. Come on.
Also, he's right before that quote, he says, "Let me add this. I do not claim here that this order was perfect, a true natural order as I have characterized it before." What he means by true natural order is an order that is wherein the natural law is pervasive.
Right, and that the natural order and the natural law is one law. But all divine law, what humanity is in essence what he's referencing to here as one law, right? One consistent concept of law in that realm.
Right, and so this is just a non-understanding of what he means by a natural order. He doesn't mean by a natural order that, like, the strong get to take from the weak or anything like that. He's talking about a natural rights order, essentially.
Right.
And historically, how you've had a natural rights be enforced is through polycentricity, not through libertarian centralism or pure anarchy in the socialist sense where everyone is their own judge.
Right.
Yeah, I think I actually have a book about this. It's called like Law in Medieval England or something. I'll have to pull it out later, but there's it talks about this, and it talks about how this one law metaphor was pervasive at the time, but with the disintegration in the belief of coherent law through the state, obviously, degenerated itself. And no doubt the rise of democracy allowed incoherent law to take precedence.
Yep. Yeah, and and if you go into this book, not this book, this article, this research paper, more, you're gonna see that the polycentricity is key to having the natural law work, because if a lord tries to make a merchant, because a merchant was also a free person, make a merchant do something, have some like regulation, he could appeal to the king and the church simultaneously, and these three institutions would argue amongst each other what to do, and the only law that each one would end up agreeing with would be the natural law. And if they did not do that, the arguments, because each of these different power structures would have their own interest in mind, it would be tied up for so long that the regulation would never be fully enforced, because it might take 20 years to figure out what to do, and typically this guy isn't that important for a 20-year struggle. Like, right. They'll do it for like 3 or 4 years, and then they'll be like, why are we wasting our time? We have other things to do.
Right. So I actually, instead of digging through my stack of books, I actually found it online. There's a quote here, if you guys don't mind.
Link it in chat.
Yeah, I will. It's the abstract. I'm just going to read it real quick. The use of law in Middle English literature is not extraneous, but grows naturally out of a profound faith in law as the tie that binds all things together in heaven and in earth. All law, divine, natural, and human, is in essence one law. Hence, Christ's victory over Satan is dramatized in the language of Westminster. The promise of salvation is seen in terms of emerging law of contracts, and our place in heaven is treated as real estate. The process is seen most clearly in the Chateau d'Amour, Piers, Plowman, Pearl, a Latin phrase I'm not going to try to pronounce, with the disintegration of belief in a single coherent law. However, the legal metaphor lost most of its force and economy. As heirs of that disintegration, we must be careful not to impose it unwittingly on medieval literature and thus fragment a vision that was whole. So what they're saying there and in this video are in direct contradiction. So
yeah, Hoppe isn't trying to say that there was one set of rules, like one set of statutes that was literally written down on a piece of paper that was the same everywhere in Europe.
Right. It is a concept of natural law and a coherent law coming together to form, quote unquote, one law.
Yep. And I'm going to put that in chat so everyone can go ahead and look that up. And I'll put that in the edit after the stream. So let's continue.
Conflict of interest that we see today with government courts. If the Lord claimed you did something wrong to them, they forced you to use their court and have the case arbitrated by the Lord himself or even a judge hired by the Lord.
That would be true, but you could also take it to the king, and you could also take it to the church if you think the church would be interested in it, which they would, because they're trying to have the Catholic Church was trying to have complete control over the Lord's court.
And it was in the interest of the state and the church to have a coherent presence so they could maintain their solidification and control, right?
Right. But the Catholic Church specifically wanted control, meanwhile, like the Orthodox Church wanted synergy.
Right.
Anyways, let's continue.
As an anonymous Russian...
just real quick, super important to point out that the Orthodox Church and I can't speak specifically to this, but I know church in general with the state wanted that synergy, because without it, it created conflict between the state and the church that inevitably led to either the degeneration of the state or the degeneration of the church, and thus the violence and destruction that happens when that happens.
Yep, I actually haven't studied that much. I just know some general things with the Orthodox Church.
Cool.
So.
Lord himself, or even a judge hired by the Lord. As an anonymous Russian landowner remarked in 1840, a time when Russia was still feudalist, how can you expect the peasant to obtain justice when he only gives the judge an egg, while we, the landowners, give him a silver ruble? A monopoly on arbitration pretty much guaranteed that the law was applied entirely arbitrarily, guaranteeing that even in places where there was formally one law, there were actually two laws, one for the peasants and one for the lords.
This is true that serfs did not have access to the full natural law. However, Hoppe already addressed this. Even in the quote they gave, that they could just be included in what the lords had been doing and what the merchants had been doing. Because remember, not everyone was a lord, king, or bishop. There were free men that were merchants that didn't really have major property holdings. They would mostly travel between lands and trade. And actually, that's how cities got created, on the edges of feudal lords' territories, because that's where free trade could happen.
Right.
Yep.
As for B, we can assume that by lawmaking power, he means legislative power. That is again incorrect. Peasants were subject to the arbitrary dictates of not only the lord, but their steward, and forced them into participating in their monopolies on certain commodities, especially if the lord was a producer of that commodities, and in many cases, it was illegal to not purchase them.
Again, Hoppe isn't defending serfdom.
Yeah.
He literally just says, like...
Yeah, I mean, this is just a giant fucking straw man.
Right. He's literally taking something that Hoppe already says he does not support, explicitly said that, and is now just explaining at length what it is. And it's like, we don't freaking care. Like,
it doesn't matter at all. Like, okay, well, and I can point to even a plethora more of examples of how democracy is 10 times worse than what they're describing here. Like, we're talking about, again, a sliding scale, not one good, one bad, right?
right.
Right. It's also interesting. So J.C. Armitage said, it's very embarrassing that the statist tendencies of feudalism had to be explained to so-called anarchists. But then again, we live in a world where Trump is considered a mass deregulator, even by so-called anarchists, despite the Federal Register highlighting the contrary. If anyone truly thinks that merit is hereditary, just take one look at how many people who inherit large sums of money end up squandering it within a generation or two. Another common thing you might hear from Hoppeans is that things like democracy, fascism, Marxism are publicly funded governments, while monarchy and feudalism are privately funded governments, despite the fact that all these state types are funded primarily through the same means, i.e. taxation. When you break feudalism down, it sure sounds very similar to Marxism, yet, according to Hoppeans, this is what a stateless voluntary society will resemble. And people wonder why I don't have any respect for Hoppeans. So, first of all, the statist tendencies of feudalism were specifically rejected by Hoppe, and even in the quote that Filthy showed. So, he's basically arguing against the phantasm of his imagination.
Right.
Also, merit is often hereditary. This is, like I've already said, engineers run in families.
Right, and I think it's absurd to say that, oh, hey, there's a lot of people that end up just squandering their wealth. Okay, that's not relevant to inheriting merit. Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean their children will necessarily also have the same propensities that they will. It's just that usually they do. But people are also products of their environment. So if you have someone, if you have a rich man who helps educate their children and isn't totally divorced from them and raises them in that tradition to know what they're doing, and then gives them that money, they're way less likely to squander that money than someone who's not involved or doesn't have that built-in merit, right? I mean, this is just an absurd argument.
Yeah. Also, the fact that taxation is how the state is funded does not fundamentally change the difference between a publicly owned government versus a privately owned government. He says funded,
Right.
publicly funded versus privately funded, but that's actually not what Hoppe says. And I've never seen a Hoppean say publicly funded versus privately funded. It's publicly owned versus privately owned.
Right. That's the key distinction.
So
yeah, and I think it's just I think it's again the same problem that the guys in the video are making, which is, okay, well, feudalism bad. Okay, yes. What is your point? That's not the point that we or Hoppe are making. We're making the point that the order of which feudalism has more closely resembles the natural order than a democratic egalitarian state in which you have many people deciding everything that they want to decide, and not a natural order that is developed through the eons of people evolving and determining intelligent people and having the division of labor and things like this. That is absolutely insane to say that democratic order is in any way, democratic egalitarian order is in any way similar to a natural order that develops through biology and the environment. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to assert that.
also, it doesn't make any sense to say when you break feudalism down, it sounds very familiar to Marxism. Yeah, because a situation where everything is private property sounds exactly like something where everything is public property.
Yeah, it's the opposite. It's that on the other side, it's democracy that is much closer to Marxism than monarchy is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, anyways, when we got to this point, I thought it would be good to go over this comment, because the comment is basically talking about what Filthy just said. Sorry. Let's continue.
Even if that commodity wasn't consumed. So yes, peasants were subject to the arbitrary whims of their lords and their agents. And C, they literally had a monopoly on arbitration in their territory, as it was illegal for serfs to leave their village in many places, criminalizing the seeking of alternative jurisdictions and creating monopolies on arbitration where disputes were always resolved by the lord's agents, even when the lord himself was a party to a dispute. And finally, there is the idea that feudalism could have become a true natural order given time.
1 second, I have to say something about the fact that they had a monopoly on arbitration.
Wrong.
National.
Anyways, let's continue.
There is the idea that feudalism could have become a true natural order given time with the institution of serfdom intact.
He literally says that you need to include serfs into the rest of the natural order in order to have it. It's literally in the quote you put on screen.
Yeah, he's literally missing the whole damn point. He's literally just rambling on and on about how bad serfdom is when Hoppe has explicitly rejected it and said that the perfection of the natural order would require serfs to be included in it. It's just, this is nonsense. There's no reason for him to be going on like this.
You can't, if you don't integrate the serfs, it doesn't work. Like that's the whole point. That's what we're getting.
Right.
That's what we're getting. Like,
also, I forgot to put this on screen, but he puts this in big bold letters letters in the middle of the screen. It's just like, yeah, no, Hoppe actually made this point, and you're disagreeing with him. So, how is this a critique?
Right.
That they don't understand what he's saying. That's just what it is.
Yep.
They think that they think by what he's saying is that that you need to maintain serfdom in and of itself in order to have this, and that's not what he's saying.
Literacy check.
Facts.
Given what I just described, where peasants are legally bound to their land, where they are forced to pay taxes, fees, and rent to their lord for using their property that they own, where their land or they themselves can be bought and sold by their lord, is this consistent with how free people act in a voluntary society and how they would conduct themselves? Or is this literally slavery? That anyone would have the temerity to take a system as morally reprehensible and ethically indefensible as serfdom, and to not only just casually dismiss it, but to argue that it is somehow compatible with the peaceful social order that protects property rights is, quite frankly, appalling.
It's literally slavery, guys.
Yeah, like democracy.
Yeah.
Like-
It was just funny because it's just like,
Yeah, still missing the point. This guy, it's seriously like, okay, so yeah, we get it. Serfdom is bad. Once again, saying Hoppe absolutely does not support this and has made that point explicitly. That aside, look at our modern democracy, where police. Look at the police power, right? Militarization of the police. We have all kinds of ridiculous laws. They can throw you in prison for like. And look at the central banking system. We're basically all slaves to the central banking system. Look at the systems of licenses. Like, you can compare these two systems. In the end, you have to see that this system is worse than the feudal system. You have to see that our aggressive wars abroad are worse than any of the wars back then. Are a worse form of aggression than what they describe. Like, it's just ridiculous. They're not even understanding, like you've been talking about, Jared, the sliding scale.
yeah.
It's just this is just disingenuous. I mean, I don't know how else to address this. I mean, Hoppe explicitly states, I got a quote here from him, if you guys don't mind. I only claim that this feudal order approached a national order through A, the supremacy and subordination of everyone under one law, the concept of one law, the absence of any lawmaking power, and C, the lack of any legal monopoly judgeships and conflict arbitration.
Yeah, that quote was literally said by Filthy about 3 minutes ago in the video.
Yeah. I mean, he quotes it and then runs right over it again. And then he says, and I would claim that this system could have been perfected and retained virtually unchanged through the inclusion of serfs into the system.
That was the thing that was on screen at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. I mean, this is just it totally irrelevant to them, apparently, to not understand that this is what it is. Either that, or it's just they're either being intentionally disingenuous, or they really don't understand this.
Yep. Young Grasshopper says, Filthy Heretic is a good name for someone who seems to be illiterate.
Nice.
At this point, I need not go further, but there's more I need to say. For example, it is often cited by Hoppe and his supporters
Hop.
in defense of...
Hop check.
Cringe.
For example, it is often cited by Hoppe and his supporters in defense of feudalism that the actual tax and regulatory burden of serfs was tiny compared to today, as most income taxes were around 3 to 5%, and this was cited as evidence for an otherwise less oppressive regime. The problem is, well, that only measures income tax, not the legions of fees I mentioned earlier that serfs had to pay to do things like mill grain, sell property, leaves the village, etc. S sheet.
Compared to what? Compared to what? Compared to anarchy or compared to democratic orders that exist today? Literally, when you have a fucking 80% income tax, property tax, sales tax, are you freaking kidding me? Like, this is just stupid.
Yep. Also, I would like to point out that if in a private law society where everything is privatized, where every piece of land is privately owned, if you do not own any land, you must rent from someone else in order to have a living space, and you would also need to have an employee relationship or work on some land you've rented, and then if you want to sell this to someone, they you're gonna have to sell it to them. Or if you want to use someone's machine to make it into a consumer good, you're gonna have to pay a quote unquote fee to that person.
Right, because, and again, this is all interesting because if we're talking about the king as an owner of this property and he is lending and leasing these things to the peasantry or what have you, that is infinitely better than the group ownership or the common ownership in democracy, where the state is the owner of a lot of this property. And you can look up Mises' definition of ownership if anybody listening doesn't understand what ownership really is, which is really just the possession of a scarce resource, for the lack of a better description, and not the legitimate property right claim thereof. It bothers me to sit here and to talk about this as obviously an inferior form of anarchy when that comparison is not being made. The comparison is between democracy, monarchy, and a anarcho-capitalist, utopia or whatever like that. You're comparing things that don't need to be compared because we and Hoppe are not making that assertion that this is not an anarchic society.
So the difference between the feudalism that Filthy is describing here and what I just described is the fact that what I just described was people who legitimately own the property, and the feudalism Filthy is talking about is where people don't legitimately own that property. However,
right.
However, that's why it's similar to, because there will still be private property ownership, and therefore people who do not own any property will have to do these things.
Yep. Yeah, well, and it's interesting too that they talk about the right to travel, but they don't want to address the fact that there's supposed common ownership, and then the state owns certain things, and the fact that you can't legitimately travel across state-owned property, and there's a whole deeper thing here. So
yep. Also, this is how you spell a sheet, if you guys were curious, because Filthy talked about it. I just thought that would be interesting for people. So, let's continue. 1 second.
Which became English law under the Magna Carta, allowed barons to confiscate the property of their serfs, leave the village, etc. S sheet, which became English law under the Magna Carta, allowed barons to confiscate the property of their serfs if they died and had no heirs. It would quickly become expanded to include.
You mean the Magna Carta that helped move people towards democratic order caused the basically the annexation of private property?
Right, constitutional monarchy. Yeah, this is literally what Hoppe talks about on the next page. So, 1 second. Let me let you show my screen again. So, this is what he quoted right here. In the next paragraph. But this is not what happened. Instead, a fundamentally moral and economic folly was committed. A territorial territorial monopoly on ultimate judgeship was established. With this, the power of lawmaking and the separation of law from and its subordination to legislation. Feudal kings were replaced by absolute and then by constitutional kings.
Yep. And as a result, towards the inevitable march towards democratic order, you had the erosion of property rights. Amazing!
Wow, so surprising. I wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, never would have guessed.
Yep. Yeah, conceptually, this step from a feudal king under the law to an absolute king above the law is a small one. And this is kind of what the, I think the nuance is getting lost here with Filthy and Esso, is that conceptually it is a small step from a feudal king to an absolute king, but it's an important distinction between a king which has other hierarchies that you can go to for judgeship, to kind of have this polycentricity, to an absolute king that is above the law and you don't have this polycentricity.
I find it interesting that they complain about Kappa not directly quoting examples in the text, and then they give an example that falls directly in line with what he's talking about.
Yeah. So, anyways.
Include convicted criminals and the property of the deceased if no heir was found fast enough, in other words, instantly. Offspring could furthermore be confiscated under this legislation. Not to mention, lords could literally cuck their serfs, completely legally. There are other problems.
Catholic
Talking
Church.
about Jus Perminacte again.
Yep, Catholic Church. Like, this wasn't a thing.
Yeah, he's either lying or he's, or he's just like really uneducated or has just never seen any debunking of Jus Perminacte.
Basically.
Of measuring liberty on a sliding scale, but we'll get into that more in the future. Either way, income taxes certainly is not the most reliable way to measure liberty. North Korea, easily the most oppressive totalitarian regime on the planet. No income taxes.
Because the state owns everything.
Yeah. The reason why there's no quote-unquote income taxes is because the government already takes away from your income before you even see your check.
It's literally a 100% income tax. Like,
Yep.
Yeah. Jesus.
Also, it might not be in terms of social rights, like the right to marry and such things like that. But your economic rights, how much the government takes it from your paycheck, total, not just, from income tax specifically, is a good measure of your economic rights. Because if, let's say, all taxes you paid totaled up to 0.1% of your income, anarchists probably wouldn't exist now. Like, ANCAPs.
yeah.
Yep.
Because as we talk about in the Hoppean, Andrew did last week, libertarianism was a reaction to the growing welfare statism and the warfare statism.
Yeah.
And so, if it was 0.1% of your income, there wouldn't be much to complain about because it's 0.1% of your income. It would be.
I would love to hear these guys counter argument to the fact that libertarianism is reactionary when there are like 16 quotes of Rothbard saying libertarianism is reactionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That would be so much fun to watch their mental gymnastics.
Yeah. Like literally, we're fucking the Olympics of gymnastics, mental gymnastics. I do give them credit here for referencing North Korea as the absolute most oppressive state that there is, and understanding that there is the sliding scale there. But why can't they apply that same logic to what we're talking about now?
Well,
right.
It's not even that. It's they're basically using commie propaganda, tanky propaganda. They're like, oh, North Korea has no income tax. You know, isn't it great? You know, it's I I swear. I, in my articles on Konkin, I keep on talking about how arguments against Marxists that have been used by Austro-libertarians can just be applied to Konkin, just in a slightly different light. However,
Well-
them using leftist propaganda, tanky propaganda in this case, just kind of further cements in my mind that these people really aren't as free market and such, you know, natural rights as they would like you to believe.
Yeah, and you know, it's the Konkin likes to use a lot of Marxian logic. If you notice, I'm sure you have, with a lot of his arguments. So it doesn't surprise me
Oh,
to
yeah,
see
yeah.
that same type of logic applied here. And you know, there is some merit to some of Marx's observations, not his conclusions, but his observations, and they gloss over a lot of those. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's just yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about because I was just like, oh, they'll use a anyways. It's just a very interesting thing like anyways, I think I'll get into this more when I go into Roderick Long, who is actually an LMA like ESO. But I don't think
But
that
actually,
they
intelligent as far as they come.
Yeah. Roderick Long is the he's the spokesman for LMAs because he's the only one that can try and speak about it intelligently.
Yeah.
yeah, so it's gonna be fun to go after the best that the LMAs have to offer then.
Right. Yep.
I just knew that he was influential, so I was like, yeah, let's go after him. But isn't he retired now?
I
Might
think.
be.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything published by him in a long time.
Okay. Because one of the things I like about going after dead people, like addressing their arguments, is that I don't have to worry about their feelings. I mean, it's just true. You know, if I was
Right.
You're only criticizing the ideas at that point. There's no emotion involved in it.
yeah, yeah, there's no fight between brothers there, to use Christian language. It's just like, oh, your ideas are wrong.
Right. Let's continue.
Yep.
whatsoever. Approximating these fees together paints a clearer picture as to the true financial burden imposed on serfs. Historian Richard J. Evans gives this account of an Austrian peasant as late as 1840. In the 1840s, for example,
1 second, let me show this on screen because it's going to be important. And let me also do away with chat for a quick second.
a substantial peasant family in Austrian Silesia, owning around 42 acres of land, was obliged to provide the local lord regular labor service with 2 draught animals for up to 144 days a year, plus 28 days of manual labor, 3 days of hunting assistance, and 2 days of herding sheep or cattle. In addition, the family had to supply 36 cubic yards of wood, a large quantity of spun yarn, 60 eggs, 6 hens, and a goose. The annual tax on the family holding came to just over 23 florins a year, and there were additional payments and tithes adding up to another 15 florins. In the Habsburg monarchy, it was estimated that the average serf farmer paid 17% of his income to the state and 24% to the lord in money, labor, or produce, totaling over 40% altogether.
Okay, so pause right there. In France today, the higher end tax rate is 45% just for income. So let's now talk about sales tax and property tax and everything else that comes involved in that. And you can quickly see that they were more economically free then.
Yep. Also,
Being a fucking serf.
yeah, also, during the Habsburg monarchy, this was long after absolute monarchy existed, in that the lords were really just some type of decentralization of this absolute monarchy rather than a true feudalism.
Right. It wasn't even the system we're talking about anymore. They're criticizing an entirely different system at this point.
And it's hilarious because it's still wrong.
Right.
Like, they found the most egregious example they could, and it's still It's still better than what people in France have today.
Yep.
Right.
And also, this is from aristocracy to monarchy to democracy. So he's talking about the second stage of monarchy. You know, it's... And he's... Anyways, it's... I don't understand how they got to this point. Also, this is about 5 minutes after I left the video, because right after they talked about serfdom and you know, just was talking about serfdom for a couple minutes, I was just like, you know what, I'm out. I'm just gonna go over this with Jared and I guess Isaac now. Back when I quote unquote rage quit the video, mostly just frustration quit the video. I just I didn't know that Isaac was going to be a part of this, but I'm glad he is, because this has been fun.
Yeah, this has been lots of fun.
Yep.
This left very little room for keeping the family going even in good times, and almost none at all for improving his lot. For all of this prevented the peasant and his family for a large part of the week from doing work on their own farm.
So,
I wish I had 4
acres. If 40%, if a 40% total tax keeps you from improving your lot, what do you think that the over 50% tax today keeps us from doing?
Right.
You know, this is called a moral and economic folly, a degeneration from a better order.
Right.
Yep.
And so, yeah, this is basically what Hoppe is talking about. Going back to the Stefan Kinsella argument. Well, it's to help understand the deficiencies of democracy and states in general.
Right.
So,
work that was essential to keep them alive and deprive them of a very large proportion of the income they could have earned from the sale of their own produce had they been free to do so. Even by today's standards, 40% is confiscatory, but simply citing income taxes alone is just cherry-picking, as though the US government never oppressed a single individual in the United States prior to the passage of the 16th Amendment in 1913.
People voted in elections long before 1913. And actually, you will see that people are more oppressed today under the federal government from a libertarian perspective than they were in 1950, unless you're talking about slaves.
Right.
Right.
And I don't understand the point here. Like, okay, well, is it cherry picking just to talk about income taxes? Okay, sure, we just did that. And we also added in the caveats of sales tax and property tax and all the other taxes that you incur as a result of, the degeneration of currency and things like that as a result of democratic states. And not to say that that's not just democratic states, it's other states too, but it just seems weird here, kind of like they're jumping back and forth a bit.
Anyways, 27 minutes through the video. We're less than 20 minutes away, so let's just get through this.
Extent of government predation is not measured through income taxes as said earlier. North Korea has no income tax. But even so, comparing tax rates of time periods centuries apart is comparing apples to oranges, since real earnings then and now would be vastly different. Without access to labor-saving technology that we have today, the protective capacity of a feudal serf is going to be far lower, significantly lowering their earnings potential. After all dues are paid, a higher proportion of earnings by serfs is put towards necessities than invested into savings, investments, or even luxury goods compared to wage laborers of today. For us, a 40% total tax rate is frustrating. For a feudal serf, it's positively ruinous. Believe me.
So hold on. So this is kind of a specious argument when you talk about it like that, because okay, you can't compare them, but then you go ahead and compare them anyway. What you should really be doing is comparing them to themselves, right? Like if you're going to do this comparison, and then you're going to say, well, you can't counter compare because these reasons, because of the technological advancement, 40 or 50% income tax, or 40 to 50% total tax is not the same. The hell it isn't. The fact that we have it easier now than they had it then doesn't mean anything. This is we're talking about the confiscation of wealth, period. And if you take 50% of somebody's wealth in 1492 and 50% of someone's wealth in 2020, it's still the confiscation of wealth, period.
Right, and we're even talking in terms of percentages. I thought it was really ludicrous how he said it's comparing apples to oranges, almost as if you were talking about like absolute amounts of money, like say the dollar in 1915 versus the dollar now. Right? No, it's percentage of wealth. It is literally the same portion. You're not even talking. We've already adjusted for say different currency and stuff. Percentage of wealth is percentage of wealth, and that doesn't change.
So the equivalent of this argument is saying, okay, well, you can't compare anything to back then because they had it harder. Okay, like then what the fuck are you doing in the interim? I mean, you're sitting here trying to compare these things and say it was worse back then because 40% was worse on them. Well, guess what? Life in general was harder on them. It's absurd to sit here and try and say that. If you want to do comparisons, the comparisons are valid or they're not, and you have to pick one.
So, Emo says, I have a video from the academic agent on the end of feudalism and the beginning of capitalism, and explaining how feudalism actually worked. Yeah, no, it'll be very interesting to see what a feudal order would look like, knowing modern capitalist theory. If Ludwig von Mises and Karl Mango and von Bavrock were not 19th and 20th century people, but were 4th and 5th century people with the same works, I wonder what history would look like.
It would be absolutely interesting to find out. I think that ultimately that you would find Hoppe's conclusions to be true, but we can never know that until we invent time travel and alternate realities. So I guess we're just stuck at theorizing.
Yeah, that's why I just say it's interesting to think about it.
Yeah,
I
have no idea what it would actually be like. Anyways, continuing.
Me, dear viewer, I am as astonished as you are that I have to explain how few. Dear viewer, I am as astonished.
1 second. I love this face.
It's just like the mouth is like way over on one side.
Yep. I had no idea that lizards or whatever the hell he is could like move their mouth to one side of their face. Also,
Yeah,
I just love that eye.
Yeah.
Like if you just ignore the mouth, just look at the eye and the hands. The eye, the eyes and the hands. It is such a absolute terror face.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, so I had to show that because I found that funny. Also, we've been streaming for over 3 hours.
Yeah, let's try and push through.
Yep.
As you are, that I have to explain how feudal Europe wasn't a stateless society and was generally an unpleasant place to live to self-proclaimed anarchists.
He doesn't. He literally doesn't.
Yeah, that was my only point. Yeah.
Wow.
Hoppe in general greatly overstates the difference from within a state's legal framework private interests and state interests have, because he greatly underestimates the influence the state has within a regulated market over the policies of private firms and how they're able to model themselves internally. Hoppe operates around the base assumption that property relations as they exist in the current state society or any other state societies, along with how legal private firms operate, are fundamentally organic and emerge due to incentives market actors have that emerge due to justifiable natural circumstances that would exist regardless of state intervention.
Prima facie, this has to be assumed to be true. You would actually have to show how this is not true. And spoiler alert, it's not really shown. It's just said.
Yeah, you know that in this video particularly, they make counter assertions, claim that Hoppe commits historical negationism, which he doesn't, and then proceed to just state counterfactuals. That's
no. Did you understand what he just said?
Nope. It made no sense.
In regards to what?
So what he's saying is that Hoppe assumes that the traditional business model is something natural and not something that is...
Right, yeah.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to say that it is... it has to prima facie be taken as natural. And if you wish to show this otherwise, you would actually have to show it. You can't just say it.
Right, and that's not to say that there aren't business practices or in business organization that isn't influenced through the existence of the state. We're just saying that in general, if I want to go and hire someone or hire a group of people, you can see how current business practices are reflected in that natural progression of hiring and firing of groups of people. These things aren't necessarily negated through their existence just because the state exists. That's like saying, okay, well, education wouldn't exist, or textbooks wouldn't exist, right? I mean,
this is basically just what socialists claim, that because we do not want the state to raise grain, that we do not want grain to be raised. Just because the state is influencing something does not mean if we take away the state's influence that it's going to be something completely different, or it's not going to be there at all.
Right, or in any capacity, or with any similarities even. Like that's what I think that they're getting at here, is that with the introduction of the video and this, that ultimately business models won't look anything like this at all because the state exists and therefore, influences the market and in such a way that business models like this wouldn't exist at all. Okay, well then prove that. Don't sit there and make an assertion based off of that when it's clear that you can literally just think in your own mind about how you would go about organizing a company, and they're going to say, okay, well, that's indoctrination. No, it's not. I mean, if I am sitting in the frickin' woods, right, and I need to cut down some trees to sell them to the local whoever, right, in the state of nature, quote unquote, then that type of hierarchical organization is going to happen. That can't be. I don't see how you can reasonably deny that. And if you do deny it, then prove it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nonsensical to assume that anything other than a sort of hierarchical structure would emerge. It's obvious. It just comes from a couple of very, very obvious facts. One of them being that in order to achieve such a feat, such as chopping down a bunch of trees, you're going to need cooperation. Right. And then as soon as you recognize the need for cooperation, which some agorists can't even get past that, or left market anarchists, I guess, as we're being more broad. But the other reality is that egalitarianism is false. It's and everybody is different and has different capacities for different aspects of, work and such. So you're going to have people rise above others as better managers, it's just going to naturally emerge based off of those two facts. You're going to get a hierarchical organization. It's inevitable.
Right. And the people that ultimately want to subvert that are the same people that want a democratic order. Isn't that weird?
Right, precisely.
They think that they should get an equal say, even though that they're not contributing, or they're contributing poorly, and that their natural position is not what they think it should be. And it's interesting that this type of argument arises, especially with Mises's work being so heavily influenced by human action. How can you deny this? I don't understand how anyone can do this when you study and understand human action. Further, I would say that, okay, well, if you're saying that you don't know that is a fact that will happen, are you making a postmodernist argument here? I mean, that this is inherently unknowable, what would arise? I think that we can look and make assumptions based on things that we observe. And if you disagree with that, then you need to make a counter argument, not just say it's unknowable.
It's not just that we're making assumptions. Well, it is there were certain things in Austrian economics that would lead one to believe that employee or employee relationships would exist, and the fact that how the market has traditionally done this, because this is why it's called the traditional model. The fact that this is how the market has traditionally solved the allocation of resources is why we would even assume that this is the case. But also just the specialization of labor, the specialization of the specialization of trade, trade in different regions, absolute and relative advantage. Absolute and marginal advantage. I don't know which one is right now. But yeah, no, it's these things that basically cause us to believe that the traditional business model, at least, the traditional business model qua employer-employee relationships would still exist absent a state.
Right. I can't imagine a time and place in history where people weren't either trying to forcibly get people to do what they needed them to do to achieve some goal, or weren't trying to give them something in exchange for that help. I can't think of a single instance in history in which it wasn't one or the other, or the person could do it themselves. And I'm sure that that's what they're going to get at is, well, this person could just do it themselves. Well, good luck building a fucking space shuttle by yourself.
Yeah.
Or doing it through 100% independent contractors who themselves do not have employees.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is like, okay, I'm sure they imagine some sort of grand distributed network of people coming together to do this type of stuff. It's not. I just don't. I don't see it as feasible when the rise of these distributed type of networks like Uber and things like that are a direct result of state intervention, and the fact that they're able to arise as a result of state intervention kind of defeats the idea that they will naturally arise, when we've seen classically in history that is not the case.
Yep. So let's continue.
Instead of protecting
1 second.
us, then, the state has delivered us and our property to the mob and mob instincts.
That is literally what democracy is.
Yep.
Literally, yeah.
Come on, like these. This is just ridiculous.
Yep. Anyways.
Instead of safeguarding us, it impoverishes us. It destroys our families, local organizations, private foundations, clubs, and associations by drawing all of them increasingly into its own orbit. And as a result of all of this, the state has perverted the public sense of justice and of personal responsibility, and bred and attracted an increasing number of moral and economic monsters and monstrosities. But one must use democratic means only for defensive purposes. That is, one may use an anti-democratic platform to be elected by an anti-democratic constituency to implement anti-democratic, that is, anti-egalitarian and pro-private property policies. Or, to put it differently, a person is not honorable because he is democratically elected. If anything, this makes him a suspect. Despite the fact that a person has been elected democratically, he may still be a decent and honorable man. We have heard one before.
And that was a quote from We Must Be... What Must Be Done, page 6.
Right. And again, this is... And not saying that Hoppe is ripping off Spooner here, but he's making the same argument Spooner made in regards to doing this type of activity. And I don't see how you can argue against it. It seems pretty well thought out by two really brilliant people. But I am interested to see their counter.
Yeah, no. I was wondering where this quote was from, and I was like, wait a minute, this is a Hoppe quote.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh yeah, no, this is solid stuff. This has got to be something from Hoppe.
Yep. And then once he got to the democratically elected thing, I was like, yep, this is Hoppe. I know where this is from.
Yep.
It's tough, really, to even begin delving into this one, because I could point to...
Also, it's kind of interesting he put this in the neo-feudalism video, when this is talking about political action and secessionism, which is what last week's episode was about.
Yeah.
So let's see how he ties this in, or if he does.
So many ways this is wrong that it's almost amazing Hoppe could even say this with a straight face. Whether it's central banks, which are necessarily going to have to be independent corporations as the amount of resources a state requires.
Let me just make sure I am... Yep. This is, the graphic here is copyrighted, so I want to make sure I have my copyright blocker up, which is essentially just the Hoppean Book Club.
Requires to sustain itself scales upwards so that states can externalize operating costs around debts to investment firms and have interests which are so intertwined with those of state actors that the state literally employs people to issue press releases on behalf of the central banks or international cartels such as the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, or the Council on Foreign Relations, which, by the way, are all legally considered private non-profit organizations or non-governmental organizations, while very transparently existing solely as the enforcement arms of the state to cartelize the international regulated market for various commodities in order to cause the businesses to internalize costs that, among other things, determine whether or not it's profitable to trade within certain jurisdictions, how many hours each worker would need to produce in order to be a net benefit for the industry in question, how dependent companies are on stockholders, etc., forcing states to allow more influential states to pyramid their fiat currencies off of their central banks, and narratives created by supposedly private, legally licensed media corporations, respectively. The state can literally determine by fiat in the legal market how capital-intensive a production process is. The only difference within the state's socio-political order between a state service and a private corporation is just whether or not the state directly manages the resources, or manages their resources through the proprietary manipulation of finance and credit, along with the rates commodities trade for on the global markets. Let's just take the legal market in the United States as one example. In order to legally operate as a firm in the United States, you need to have a license from the state in order to buy and sell whatever commodity you're trading, which already puts you, as the owner of that company, into direct submission to the state. If the state doesn't like how you're conducting your business, they could just not allow you to renew your license with
them. Just so you know, I'm gonna put what's on screen. So, Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf pulls GameStop's business license is what's on the screen, and yeah, he's just showing an example of what he's talking about. So let's continue with what he's saying.
With them, or revoke your license altogether. Your mere livelihood as a legal producer can provoke an aggressive response depending on whether or not the state decides your business is existing within their interests. Now, depending on where you live, you may or may not be legally required to register your firm as a corporation in order to buy or sell products. However, the state creates so many barriers to entry for firms through finance, zoning laws, along with directly making any legal trader a target for other legal traders who do have their firms incorporated by allowing them to externalize their costs onto competitors or simply file an antitrust suit against them because it's effectively impossible to trade or do anything without violating antitrust laws, that it's effectively impossible to trade without being a corporation. And as a corporation, all of the aforementioned cartels, other more influential corporations, or the state itself are able to exert influence over the policies of your firm by way of direct legislative fiat, or by strong-arming your company into submission through the previously noted tools of manipulation. That's aside from the fact that the stock market itself exists because of proprietary manipulation of credit and market rates to sell debts on their own resources in order to maintain a profit. And the
So almost everything up until he started talking about the stock market, I agreed with, basically.
Yeah, I don't see how this is in any way counter to what Hoppe said, but whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know where he's leading us to here, but because I haven't watched this part of the video. But stock markets would exist, and actually they existed all the way back in the 1600s with the Netherlands.
Yep.
The stock companies started because they wanted to how should I put this? There were people who wanted to start a business, but they didn't have enough resources. So they pulled their resources together in a stock company to be able to start that company.
Yeah, this is the concept of joint ownership, and joint ownership even goes back further than that. There were definitely times in history before this where people jointly owned things, and there were communities and things like that jointly owned things.
Yes, so it's not true that the stock market would only exist in its current form. Maybe the secondary market of stocks, which is people trading stocks not necessarily from the company, but just to get the dividends or trading in the equity of the stock, would exist in the same way.
Options and shit like that.
Yeah. But yeah, joint ownership would definitely still exist.
Smaller, more localized firm is, the more shareholders they're going to require to turn a profit, and all of them, of course, have in order to maintain and market rates to sell debts on their own resources in order to maintain a profit. And the smaller, more localized firm is, the more shareholders they're going to require to turn.
It's actually untrue that in the current stock market that a otherwise unprofitable company could just sell stocks in order to turn a profit. Stock prices actually go down when a company is having a bad quarter.
Right, and usually the company tries to buy that stock back when they're having a bad quarter because they're anticipating a rally once they get it back, and they don't want to see their stock price continue to fall as a result. So that's a weird argument.
Yeah.
Turn a profit, and all of them, of course, have input into the policies implemented by the firm to ensure that their policies are relatively hegemonic across the entire legal industry. That's just barely scratching the surface, and things get even worse when you take a look at medieval Europe, where each town had its own legal codes for how producers could use their resources, something which Hoppe and his supporters
So they admit that there was polycentrism?
Yeah. I think this is hilarious because they're saying, oh, it's so bad that all these different towns had different rules instead of having one centralized code that was applied to everybody. How awful.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Worse when you take a look at medieval Europe, where each town had its own legal codes for how producers could use their resources, something which Hoppe and his supporters proudly boast and point to as an example to make their case for how feudal monarchies were supposedly more respectful of property norms.
Local governments are more responsive to the interests of property owners than are state governments, which are more responsive to property owners than federal governments, which are more responsive to than unitary governments.
Yeah, this is again the sliding scale of harm to property rights, right? Like ultimately, you want a community, a small community that's usually best. Your family's even better than that, and then as you go up, it goes to your community, and then your local area, your state government, your region, the federal government, the global quote unquote government, and then you got the United Federation of Planets, and then the United Galactic Enterprises, and all like so on and so forth. Like the smaller you get, usually the better it is.
Also,
Sorry, go ahead.
The towns in feudal Europe were started on the edges of feudal lands, and they were a way to get away from the feudal lords and kings. And thus, if they were to become worse than the feudal lords and kings, these towns would become ghost towns.
Yes,
right. Because
absolutely.
you go back to the feudal lord.
Yep.
Right. And I just have to point out how funny it is, because what's the antithesis of this? It's almost like he's trying to argue for some sort of libertarian centralism. Like, it would be so much better if there were a bigger entity that could apply one standard across the whole of Europe. Like, what's your point, bro?
Argument that he made in the secession video is that ultimately the centralized areas are better and they're less burdensome, which is insane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. If Omaha, Nebraska decided to secede and become Ancapistan, I think all three of us would move there fairly quickly.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, I already got the benefit of that.
Yep. So, yeah, no, it's anyways.
States also had legal charters and industry guilds, which functioned effectively as the mercantilist equivalent of the modern-day finance laws and credit manipulation, but few.
It's interesting that he says that it's these credit institutions, instead of calling them essentially what they are, is state licenses and labor unions.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to note that, because a guild is way more like a labor union trying to restrict access into a particular industry through
membership. Yeah,
through membership. So
and it's interesting that this happened in the in the post-feudal era, when we're going more towards democratic states again. So yeah, I mean, it's just obvious that that Hoppe is right here when he's giving explicit examples of exactly why.
Yep. Also, we've gotten into the we're almost 10 minutes away from ending the video, which is great. Also, you gotta love the almost entirely naked woman in the middle of a city.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Not showing that on stream, just so you guys know.
Fused together in an unholy bureaucracy with corporate and copyright law, not to mention the Enclosure Acts, which explicitly were cited by feudal states as a market manipulation designed to cull competition in the labor markets by making labor too capital-intensive for anyone other than lords to afford. The idea...
Enclosure laws. I want to see what these actually are. So this was actually a part of the state consolidating small land holdings into larger farms.
So it was literally a measure of centralization.
Yeah, it was Once enclosed, use of the land became restricted and available only to the owner, and it ceased to be common land for communal use. So yeah, it was literally wealth redistribution.
Yeah.
So also that was in the 13th century in England, and that was after the Magna Carta.
Mm-hmm.
So
Big
again,
brain
this
moment.
is not really a feudal system, it's a slightly decentralized constitutional monarchy.
Uh-huh.
The idea that property norms in state societies are naturally justifiable, or that the current function of firms in legal markets are even a rough approximation of firms in a world without political rule, is so laughably wrong I shouldn't even have to explain the problems with it. Especially to so-called Misesians, when Mises himself, in several sections of Human Action and in Socialism, cites exactly what I just did to explain how firms in the legal market at first glance appear to be operating in direct defiance to time preference theory, which is
Mises and Rothbard saw the move to democracy from monarchy to be as progress, and Hoppe is actually trying to disprove this, and well, to show why this is wrong. And so it's no question why we would take issue with what Mises is actually saying in these passages.
Oh.
Right.
So
is the best explanation to explain the investment behaviors of firms in the legal market, because otherwise we would have to assume that someone can have an infinitely low time preference, which is literally not possible unless you can become so productive that eventually you can manage to work more than 24 hours in a single day with the resources available to you. Not to mention that
what?
Which is interesting considering you can do that if you operate a business. You essentially create a entity in which you're more productive than yourself.
No, right, but how do you have zero time preference unless, like, how is the only time you can have zero time preference is if you can work more than 24 hours in a day? Like,
Right, yeah, that doesn't really make sense on its face. I'm just countering from the perspective of you can approach that point, because if you have people working for you operating a business like that, if you take that aggregate whole against your own efficiency, then you can certainly do that. But yeah, you're right that his point there doesn't make much sense.
yeah, I mean, it is true that people don't have zero time preference, but one could almost imagine where if you have so much wealth that you almost have zero time preference, like it approaches zero time preference.
Well, and there are tons of equity firms and things like that where the owners literally do nothing. They've hired people to basically you hit zero and then it flips to full-time preference where you don't care anymore, right? Because someone else is doing it for you. You've reached that level of wealth to be able to transfer that to someone else, and you're still taking the income from it.
Yep. So
Hoppe doesn't appear at all to realize that the problem of economic calculation applies to every model of organization, including private firms.
But,
yeah, I think like literally he's making an argument against what I just said, so that's interesting.
yeah, the reason why a socialist commonwealth can't do economic calculation is because it doesn't have private property. However, when there is private property, you can do economic calculation. Therefore, the economic calculation problem does not apply to firms. Like,
Right, it's
so
private property.
please just read Mises.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways, continuing.
Once a firm scales upwards to a certain extent, this limit depending on what commodities they're producing and in which markets they're trading, but eventually the firm in question will begin to become incapable of efficiently allocating resources internally because so many resources will be invested in management that an internal bureaucracy begins to emerge, which causes information necessary to the allocation of resources to travel much slower and creates a disincentive for people lower in the management bureaucracy to report information which is necessary for the firm to take into account when considering their figures due to the
Also, I'd like to say,
Wrong.
national
Yeah, and this is, even if it weren't just bold-faced wrong, you're comparing the economic incentives and the organization thereof of these corporations or whatever he's referencing here to what? Like to the state? Okay, well, yeah, okay, a company could have a bureaucracy which reduces its ability to efficiently allocate resources internally, but
that has nothing
still
to do with
come-
economic calculation.
Well,
It
yeah.
is merely the notice that as you increase a hierarchy, it becomes more difficult to convey this pricing information, and it's more costly. It has nothing to do with economic calculation in this case. It just has to do with it is more costly to move this pricing mechanism around.
Yeah, but I think what he's talking about is if you're looking at a corporation and you're talking about how it's organized hierarchically, when bureaucracy occurs, you have a decrease in the efficiency of the allocation of resources internally to that company. But when you talk about that like that, you have to take it in reference to what? And if you're talking about it in reference to a state or in reference to an egalitarian order like socialism or Marxism, that it is absolutely a billion times more efficient at it, even with it having inherent flaws. Yeah, nothing's perfect, and I think that it would serve them very well to understand that.
You have to remember that he began this thing with economic calculation, and so he's trying to explain this. And it's not the fact that economic calculation becomes harder or anything like that. It's just a cost difference. And this is the difference between I forget what it is, but I forget the economic term, but basically you get some gains when you increase your hierarchy from just a couple of workers to, let's say, tens of workers. There's that economies of scale, but eventually you run into diseconomies of scale. This has nothing to do with economic calculation. This has to do with costs. And the conflation of these two things is where a lot of agrarist economic theory goes wrong.
Yeah, but I think that they're more like I understand what you're saying there, but if you're talking about the distribution of scarce resources internally to a company, I can see why they're saying, okay, well, if you're distributing things as the hierarchy grows, it becomes less efficient. But that's offset by the fact that
No, not less efficient. If you hear an agrarist like Paul Byland talks about it, they talk about it as if you are a central planner.
Yeah. Basically, the corporation is the state, right? Yeah.
So
and they're trying, but as a result, they're trying to say that you're a central planner and you're a state, and thus your distribution of the resources internally is going to be inherently flawed.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. There's going to be flaws in every type of system we're talking about in comparison to state and democratic or egalitarian orders. Hierarchical orders, on average, do a much better job at that.
The inefficiencies or diseconomies of scale is not the same thing as the calculation problem. And this is why when you bring up economic calculation in regards to this like central planner of a business, it's not at all relevant. Economic calculation is not, the economic calculation problem is not relevant. It's just efficiency.
Right, and this is And we're talking about something that's internal to one corporation versus many different corporations interacting. You're talking about two different groups in the economy, right? I mean, it just doesn't make. I mean, unless he's thinking like, okay, well, it's one. Everything is under one giant corporation. Um, that doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be other corporations or quote unquote corporations that act within that corporation, right? So and that's the only thing I can think of is that he's trying to argue here that okay, if you have a giant CEO state and everything is organized as a corporation would order things, then you have the same problem that you have with a normal state.
Yeah, you'd have the same problems with the normal state, but you wouldn't have the economic calculation problem, which is... Anyways, the reason why I'm hopping on this is because this is how he entered into this discussion, and so... Anyways, Isaac, do you have anything to say about all this?
Not really. I'm not as much or don't have as much to say on the economic side of things.
Yeah, it does take a while to actually get yourself acquainted to where you are willing to speak on this. I've watched so many Mises U lectures and Hoppe lectures, and then I've been reading these economics books. So
Yeah, the limit of my economic knowledge is 150 pages of human action.
yeah, and the first 150 yeah, there's almost no economics in the first 150 pages of
Yeah,
human action.
it's mostly just like philosophy.
Yep. Max says no property means no prices. No prices means no calculation. There's no prices or calculation in a world in where one will alone acts. In socialism, Crusoe alone on his island or a firm that owns everything, so to speak. So, a firm that owns everything wouldn't really see a calculation problem, because it could have internal prices because things were owned privately. It's the private ownership that means calculation is impossible. I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly, but
Yeah, I get what you're saying. This reeks of Kevin Carson. It really does.
Oh.
yeah. So
Are you there?
yeah.
Yep.
So the ability for a business to go under is really what keeps this from happening. So even if there was a monopolist, as long as it wasn't a state-enforced monopolist, and they could go under, then the consumers could vote against what they're doing, essentially, and then the business's misallocations could be corrected through this price signal. And that's what the private ownership comes in, is that it's only on private ownership that you can have this price correction, or not the price correction, the correction in what and how much is produced. And so even if there was a monopolist in a certain area, it would still work. And even if the business decided to ignore this, someone else could become a competitor.
Right. Well, and then if you're talking about a world state corporation, do they view this as like everybody works for the corporation, everybody buys things from the corporation? Okay, it just seems like you're taking the state model and then trying to impose corporate ownership on top of it. That just it seems a little forced.
Yeah. So I don't think. Yeah, it's anyways, the main problem with the economic calculation, the main issue with the economic calculation problem that Mises points out is private ownership. It's not that you own everything, or that everything is produced by this one institution. It's the private ownership problem.
Yeah.
So, Woot. We are under 10 minutes now, so let's continue.
The hierarchical model of management inherently disincentivizing this behavior with threat of being punished or fired. And even if you had an inhuman amount of efficiency within a management bureaucracy, a firm simply has to invest more resources into maintenance when it obtains more resources, and requires more in the production process as it scales upwards in the amount of resources it obtains, which means that on top of being less materially profitable as firms obtain more resources, internal management becomes increasingly disassociated from market signals. The concept of a natural aristocracy, as Hoppe describes it, along with how these sorts of centralized property norms can come into being in the absence of state coercion, simply doesn't pan out. Economically speaking, the only difference between the preferences of states which have democracies and those which have feudal monarchies are that democracies are just feudal monarchies with thousands of efficiency experts managing the state's claimed property.
All taxation is theft, it should go without saying. The Lord clearly has no greater claim to the property of serfs than the state does to our earnings. Where Hoppe gets the idea that monarchies or feudalism would create more prosperous societies, I can only guess at, especially when no such...
He literally talks about this in the book. Like, you don't know where he gets that from? You didn't read the economic analysis in the book, sorry.
Yep.
He also goes into this in more detail in Democracy, the God That Failed, in his chapters on monarchy and economics. So, just continuing.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been sitting here thinking about what they were talking about with basically the corporate world state, and you can just to add another note to that real quick. I mean, the firm, the quote unquote the firm, which is, I think Peter Klein talked about this, but the corporation needs market signals to be able to determine prices effectively, right? So, I mean, without those market signals, I can't see how a corporation would even survive like that. I mean, it would obviously collapse in on itself. So it's interesting that they're trying to apply that model like this. That's really got me a little sideways.
Yeah. He's basically... It's kind of interesting that he's talking about the diseconomies of scale in terms of the economic calculation problem, because the economic calculation problem says that it's impossible, not that it's difficult.
Right.
And so, it's just showing a non-understanding of the economic calculation problem. And let's say in Paul Byland's analysis, because this is what I really have seen this best explained. Let's say it's an analogy, which I can accept that analogy. However, when you try to apply that to, when you don't just say it's an analogy, but just say it as economic fact, that is where I would disagree. Because you could say, like, this is like you're a dictator, like a central planner, and that's, fine, like in a pure analogy in case, to get you kind of thinking like an entrepreneur and thinking about how you need to grow to a size, but you don't want to try to integrate too much, because then you have these diseconomies of scale. That's fine. Like, that's fine from a pure, like, psychological basis. But when you're talking about economics, it's just not true that the economic calculation problem comes from size of a firm. It comes from a lack of private ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I beat this drum to death because I've seen so many left libertarians not understand the economic calculation problem.
Right.
And God, it's really bothering me because there is there's something from Rothbard that I read at one time that's burning a hole in the back of my head. I'm gonna see if I can't find it while this plays.
Yep. So let's continue.
Economic superiority can be seen in modern monarchies versus modern democracies. When confronted by Professor Benegas Lynch Jr. about this, Hoppe replied by claiming comparing European democracies to African monarchies was a fallacious comparison, as it fails to factor in the problem that modern monarchies have too many black people. I swear, I am not kidding. It would be an error, for instance.
So before we go into this quote, let's go into the comment by Max. Rothbard makes the point that the calculation problem creates a diseconomy of scale that makes a single firm growing to the size of a socialist state impossible. It doesn't mean man firms are best. It's a man economy and state.
Yeah, that's it. So you've got that's exactly right. Thanks, whoever that is.
It's
don't
Max.
know who you are. Yeah, thanks, Max. That's exactly what I was talking about. That you can't grow into the large firm like that. It's just not feasible. It doesn't happen because you have the same types of issues that you have as a result of that state growth.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting reading that in Man, Economy, and State because it would be a different type of calculation problem than the pure Mises, what Mises wrote about in his famous essay that's like 100 pages.
Yeah, it's different, but it's I actually just found it. Here, I'll just read it off. There is one vital but neglected area. There's one vital but neglected area where the Mises analysis of the economic calculation needs to be expanded. For in a profound sense, the theory is not about socialism at all. Instead, it applies to any situation where one group has acquired control of the means of production over a large area, or in a strict sense, throughout the entire world. On this particular aspect of socialism, it doesn't matter whether this unitary control has come through the coercive expropriation brought about by socialism or a voluntary process on the free market. For what the Mises theory focuses on is not simply the numerous inefficiencies of the political as compared to the profit-making market process, but the fact that a market for capital goods has disappeared. This means that just as socialist central planning could not calculate economically, no one big firm could own and control the entire economy. The Mises analysis applies to any situation where a market for capital goods has disappeared in a complex industrial economy, whether because of socialism or because of a giant merger into one big firm or one big cartel. So basically what Rothbard is saying is that you need the market to have prices. If the market goes away because of that, regardless of how it goes away, you're not going to have those pricing structures. And overall, I would say I agree. And I think in reference to ESO here, he's thinking of the corporate world state as one giant corporation instead of multiple corporations that all have basically joint ownership. And that's I think that's the key difference here.
Okay, so this isn't just one industry is owned by a monopolist in a town. This is one company owns the entire town. And There's no importing of goods.
Exactly.
Okay. This would be interesting to talk about company towns then, because they didn't have the economic calculation problem.
Well, they didn't because they were still getting market prices based off of what people were competing against outside of their company town, right? So, I mean, if they still needed to buy things or do things like that, they had to go outside of those towns.
Right, but he's just said in a large geographical area, and these company towns were in the middle of nowhere, essentially.
Yeah, but they were still not producing everything in that same town, or am I wrong?
No, they weren't producing everything. It was just everything was owned by the company, so.
Right, yeah, and that's where the market was still able to have influence over those company towns because you had the pricing structure that came from the purchase and acquisition of those goods.
Okay, learned something new today. So I'll take that in terms of it. However, I do think that yeah.
But in reference to what Iso is saying, it doesn't make any sense because he's making the assumption that these large corporations will not still have market prices that determine the cost of goods, which is just not the case. If you're talking about a CEO feudal economy, people still own private property are exchanging goods. It's not that the CEO that holds a monopoly over the entirety of the economy. They're still determining things based off of market prices and exchanges. So it doesn't make much sense in what he's getting at.
Yep. So
to illustrate my theory of comparative government by contrasting European monarchies with African democracies, or African monarchies with European democracies, since Caucasians have, on the average, a significantly lower degree of time preference than Negroids. Any such comparison would amount to a systematic distortion of the evidence. Yeah.
Based in red pilled. Yeah, no, this is basically Hoppe talking about the differences in races, and so of course this is going to be inflammatory to these lefties.
Yeah. God forbid we talk about human differences.
Oh man, it's so awful that there might actually be differences in people groups. Oh man, we can't imagine.
Also, this is Hoppe talking about ceteris paribus, essentially, that you can't look at something in different circumstances and just say, well, this is, Anyways, we've went into this for so long last week. I'm just going to reference last stream. Max says that even the USSR could do basic calculations using Western prices for commodities. However, these prices were distorted because they were using a different location and a different time prices for what they were trying to do. And so, yes, they didn't run into a complete and impossible calculation problem, but what they did do was completely distort their internal market prices.
Right, yeah. And I think that's, China does the same thing today, or did previously, where they copied Western prices for certain goods. That absolutely does create negative externalities. But I think in general, if you're talking about the one big firm or whatever, you're still talking about the exchange and the corporate town. The same idea. You're getting prices based off of external acquisition of goods and things like that. They're not the best way to do it, but it is possible, I guess, is the best way to say it.
Yeah. And the diseconomies of scale without government intervention would keep a company from even facing the economic calculation problem in the first place.
Right. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
Let's see. Young Grasshopper says diversity is our greatest strength, says the leftists and the lawboards, but can't recognize differences between people groups.
Yep, that's pretty much them.
Anyways, let's see what Filthy Heretic has to say about average differences between racial groups.
Yes, he actually did just say that. This is some of the evidence. Yes, he actually did just say that. This aside, I do find it strange how Hoppe implies that the system of popular enslavement, called feudalism, would emerge organically out of people wanting to maintain their possessions and holdings. Hoppe imagines that a social order emerges out of men seeking resolution for interpersonal conflict, given that he acknowledges that it is in people's interest to establish a social order in which to retain their property. It is improbable Hoppe's hypothetical rational people would voluntarily surrender their property rights for the sake of property rights protection, nor would they immediately accept the arbitration of the son of a respected and wise arbitrator. Merit is not genetic, and the assumption that an arbitrator can't be trusted because of the circumstances of their birth would be preposterous. The son of a...
So Hoppe is not saying that just because of the circumstances of your birth that you can't be a good arbiter. He's saying that people genuinely will tend towards to trust people who, as a result of having the influence of the environmental factors and the inherent genetic factors, will be more apt to trust people who come from a lineage or line of arbiters. That should be obvious, but apparently it's not.
Yep.
Respected arbitrator themselves becoming a respected arbitrator is entirely possible, of course. However, the formation of arbitration dynasties, or natural aristocracy, is improbable. To base one's assumptions about a voluntary society around...
What did you just
So
say?
it's not improbable that this literally happened throughout all of human history until mass democracy was formed, and it still happens today, as we discussed at the beginning of the video.
Yep. So, don't know exactly what he just said there, but I'm gonna agree with Jay. Just,
Around it is strange, to say the least. Here's how feudalism actually started. There was a class of marauding warlords on horseback who scourged Europe, finding plunder to be more profitable than...
The fact that there was an army proposes the existence of a state, and so therefore an army cannot be, an invading force cannot be how the state came to be. This is actually from his Natural Elites and the State. Natural Elites, Intellectuals in the State. And so see if I can find it. Wall of Intellectual. But yeah, no, it's literally impossible for a not exothermic, what would you even call it? From the outside origin of the state. It has to come from internally. Because this army would necessarily need to be a statist army.
Uh-huh.
And so that just pushes the question back one step to how this army got created.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Production. According to historian Guy Boyce, the impotence of the political authorities was such that the Catholic Church stood in for them in the attempt to restore order. In the movement known as the Peace of God, councils of peace proclaimed series of interdictions which were sanctioned by anathemas. Vast assemblies of peace received the oaths of the warriors. The movement originated in the French Midi, Council of Cherbourg in 989, Council of Narbonne in 990, then gradually spread. Following the elevation of soldiers and heavy cavalry...
What?
I thought that they said that Hoppe didn't give clear examples in the text.
No. This is their example.
Oh, okay.
Gradually spread. Following the elevation of soldiers and heavy cavalry into levels of prestige, and following numerous crop failures around the late 10th, early 11th century, these knights found it more beneficial to raid and pillage the countryside, being
Feudal lords already existed when France was conquered by the Roman Empire, so this is literally just historical illiteracy to think that this is what caused the feudal order.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. How you can use an example of a state existing to show that Hoppe is wrong here is just, it's absurd.
Yeah, so not only is the outside origin of the state comes from outside of society somehow, is that itself logically impossible. This idea that states only came to being feudalism only came into being in the 10th century is also just a non-understanding of history.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, let's continue.
Deadlier and more destructive than even dozens of peasants. Local government agents were powerless to stop them. Following the Christianization of Europe, which is a story unto itself, the rise of feudalism was established as a way to stop the rampaging knights by giving them authority over certain territories and therefore making them financially invested in their territory's well-being.
So incorporating them into the natural order.
Yep. Anyways.
Titles of nobility and lordship were bequeathed, and given that the Catholic Church had spiritual leverage over Europe in ways that transcended national, linguistic, and ethnic divides, they were in a strong position to do so.
Wait.
So
he literally just refuted his earlier point that we countered, where he said that that the king was the sole source of arbitration. When you can clearly shows here that the church was in fact another source of arbitration.
Yep, and this is actually something that we've brought up throughout the book, especially with regards to the Light of First Night.
Right. Yeah. How do you contradict yourself in your own video?
Especially because this is not like an off-the-cuff thing that we are doing. This is something they spent, again, I'm going to keep on hopping on this, over a year doing, and wrote an entire essay about this.
Yeah, this is just terrible.
linguistic and ethnic divides, they were in a strong position to do so. So strong was their position, in fact, that the Church was, in many ways, the European Union of the day. They maintained and constructed public
Literally what I just said. You know? Like what I've been saying this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
infrastructure, collect tithes from their followers, imposed legislative edicts across the continent in canon law, and even held its own sovereign territories. To characterize feudal Europe as decentralized is, once again, ahistorical. Far be it from the biblical Adam and Eve story of Paradise Lost, the feudalism Hoppe wants to put forward simply isn't accurate to historical reality.
So we know that this origin story of the state can't be true. What about those previous figures, Albert J. Nock and Franz Oppenheimer, who I mentioned briefly? Well, they examined the property relations existing in states around the time they published their works and contrasted them with various historical narratives and analysis of economic theory, and managed to produce the best explanation of where political rule originated that I think exists. This being that around 3500 BC, the majority of the population of the Earth was concentrated into a few small hubs, and production was still capital intensive to where most trade couldn't occur in small localized operations.
The fact that these small hubs existed, as we have basically kept saying, these cities, these hubs, existed on the edges of feudal lands. And this is proving Hoppe's point from the previous episode, where we said that emigration would limit state power. And this is just showing that it's true.
Right.
Anyways.
On top of this, the peculiar population distribution made it so that some areas had virtually no people whatsoever, so tribes of bandits were able to form and coercively integrate the world's population into a few different territorial monopolies on, well, every aspect of life. Most important to the lifeblood of states, though, are four monopolies. The monopoly on arbitration, the monopoly on security, the monopoly on finance, and the monopoly on trade routes, or...
Oh, am I making a mistake here thinking that this is not talking about feudal Europe, but talking about a pre-feudal Europe?
I kind of feel like it's a post-feudal Europe is what he's talking about, but yeah, it doesn't seem consistent.
Yeah, let's continue. Maybe I was mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken, he's talking about a post-feudal Europe, then Yeah, this is literally what I'm talking about. Anyways.
Commerce. Most libertarian figures throughout the 19th and early 20th century considered this view to be pretty much uncontroversial. Benjamin Tucker, for example, took influence from it in his essay The Four Monopolies, and it's unsurprising as to why this is. This is the only state of nature theory which is compatible with what we know about human incentives, property relations in the absence of state coercion, and standards of justification in most contract theories. It's also supported by archaeological evidence, such as trade routes and farm cultivation, that suggests the existence of complex organization, which is much more advanced than any of the other state of nature theories, including Hoppe's, would suggest was possible thousands of years prior to the earliest evidence we have of states. This is only a brief summary of Nock and Oppenheimer's arguments, so go read their full books if you'd like to know more. But the point is that at
Exogenic. That's the word I was looking for. Exogenic. It has to... Endogenic. The origin of the state has to be endogenic. It can never be completely exogenic.
Right. It has to have... the ultimate origin of the state must be endogenic. Exogenic, if you have any exogenic elements, then the issue there is that implies the existence of states elsewhere, at the very least.
Yep. Unless you're going to talk about aliens.
some time, for unknown reasons, between the forming of what most people would recognize as the modern libertarian movement and the Boston anarchist circle falling off the face of the earth, this state of nature theory became lost to most libertarians. And it's not as if Nock and Oppenheimer's work was only influential in libertarian circles. Nock's work was widely published in the Freeman and the Nation, and Oppenheimer was a peer-reviewed academic from the University of Kiel. So we're not just talking about a few cranks here. The conquest theory of state, as their theory was widely known as, had pretty strong influence over the study of history and sociology in the early 20th century. Then it just suddenly vanished without explanation.
Now, in all fairness, it wasn't all doom and gloom. Feudalism was well suited to the economic situation of Europe at the time, and we should be humble in examining that time period, especially considering all the varieties of feudal arrangements.
1 second. Since he just talked about Oppenheimer, I'm going to take this time to, because I found the quote. But how do states come into existence? There are two theories on the origin of states. One is associated with the names such as Franz Oppenheimer, Alexander Rustow, and Albert J. Nock, and claims that states originated as the result of military conquest of one group by another. This is the theory of exogenous origin of the state, of the exogenous origin of the state. But this view has been severely criticized as on historical as well as theoretical grounds by ethnographers and anthropologists such as Wilhelm Bielmann. These critics point out that not all states originated from external conquest. Indeed, critics consider the view that the very first states were the result of nomadic herdsmen superimposing themselves on settled farmers as chronologically false. Moreover, this view suffers theoretically from the problem that conquest itself seems to pre-propose a state-like organization among the conquerors. Hence, the exogenous origin of states requires a more fundamental theory of the endogenous origin of the state. Such a theory has been presented by Bertrand de Yanoval. According to this view, states are the outgrowth of natural elites. The natural outcome of voluntary transactions between private property owners is non-egalitarian, hierarchical, and elitist. In every society, a few individuals acquire the status of an elite through talent. Due to superior achievements of wealth, wisdom, and bravery, these individuals come to possess natural authority, and their opinions and judgments enjoy widespread respect. Moreover, because of selective mating, marriage, and the laws of civil and genetic inheritance, positions of natural authority are likely to be passed on within a few noble families. It is to the heads of these families, which, with long established records of superior achievement, blah 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 blah. We already covered this at the beginning of it.
Yeah,
this actually,
so like, the first three paragraphs there, Hoppe already totally dismantled their entire argument. So I don't really. Did they read that and they're like, oh, let's see, let me counter argument with what Hoppe says is irrelevant now. Like that's kind of seems like what they did.
Yeah, and sadly, one of that last argument, that one thing I just went blah 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 blah. We talked about this at the beginning. He actually basically copied that into from aristocracy to monarchy to democracy, but he did not cover the origin of the state and the other views. So that's why the natural elites was very, very important. That's why I had it here, because of this little excerpt. I just completely forgot where it was when I was looking for it earlier. So, yeah, Oppenheimer, not only, apparently there's chronological and historical reasons to not believe in what Esso and Filthy said, but there's a theoretical impossibility of this. So,
Filthy and ESO BTFO.
Yep. We got 1 minute and 10 seconds left. So, let's continue.
Was the feudal system unethical? Abso-freaking-lutely. Is it desirable? Certainly not to me. Is it better or worse than modern democracies or even absolute monarchies? In some respects, yes, and in others, no. There are trade-offs, and you should come to your own conclusions about that. But this chronic ahistoricism and the fundamental, indefensible flaws in the framework of the natural order to which all of Hoppe's ideas are conscripted in the pursuit of is contradictory to Hoppe's objective of achieving an anarchist social order. It's
to the contrary, having a true understanding of the origin of the state is what you need in order to figure out where we were before the state occurred.
Yep,
Feudalism.
I don't see them. I don't see them make it like they made a couple of statements there that were like, well, Hoppe is historical and things are a little muddier than he wants to portray, so he's wrong. Okay, like you're wrong, and we've shown repeatedly that you're wrong in here, so I'm not really sure how much more we can address that.
Yep.
And monarchism that make feudalism and monarchism look bad, not black people. The historical
Wait, what?
anarchist social order. It's feudalism and monarchism that make feudalism and monarchism look bad, not black people.
So let's just address this. There are obvious differences between groups of people. Just because a certain group of people on a certain continent did not evolve, let's say, organizationally to the point where they could do that, and then another group on another continent did, it kind of shows some differences there. And I would say that overall, if you're going to impose or improve or presuppose a system that exists, you should probably look at the underlying not only people but the underlying culture that those people have. And if you do that and you ignore that, that's what's really ahistorical.
So, I forgot my point because it's way too damn late for me. So I'm just trying to wrap this up. We've got 30 seconds, hopefully. I remembered my point. I have it linked in the description. Political anarchy made the West rich. This political anarchy occurred under feudal and monarchic rule. And so, Hoppe is actually proven right by history that unlike China, which had a one unitary government, like India, which also had this unitary government, like all these other places that had unitary governments, the small fractious monarchies were what actually ruled the day. What actually made Europe into the economic powerhouse it is.
Uh-huh.
And
The historical negationism to give feudalism a friendly face imply either Hoppe's natural order is compatible with slavery, thus making natural order evil, or Hoppe is ignorant of history.
Hoppe,
That's quite a claim.
Hoppe, as we've said before,
Yeah,
says
Hoppe
that
is not historical, and the serfdom mentioned in there was, we already refuted that because Hoppe directly said that serfs would need to be integrated into the natural order in order for that to occur. So,
yep.
I'm inclined to believe the latter, given Hoppe's refrain, history is always written by its victors. A wonderful excuse for justifying ignorance.
Yay! It's over.
yeah, so anyway,
Finally.
definitely took that same position as well, defending the South and defending the American Revolution, things like that. Things that were definitely historically revisionist, and it's provable that victors write history, especially state victors.
Property
Oh, they don't have the same intro into the part 4 that they did before part 4. So
All right. Well,
I'm gonna try to find a good place to break up part 4 because it's 50 minutes.
Yeah, we probably need to cut that in half.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
All right. Well, I'm going to go. So if you want to check me out on Twitter, you can at Democracy, END Democracy, and then check out the Hoppean too at the Hoppean and Hoppean.org.
yep.
I think those are our plugs.
Yep. Look, Isaac, do you want to say anything?
Nope. Just I guess I could let everybody know who's watching at this point that there will be some more updates to the Hoppean website. Some kind of big stuff coming soon. Some stuff that maybe not everybody's going to see, but some stuff that's going to be pretty big that they will see. So, yeah, just be watching out for that. We're not done yet.
LOL, Max. Anyways, I think we need to end the stream because it is really late. We've been going for over 4.5 hours, and yeah, we should probably get to bed.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
I'll work on my essay a little more.
Yeah, okay. See you guys.
All right.
See you guys.
Peace out.